Good morning. It's just 9:01. I think we'll wait another minute or so to allow other board members to join. I do expect a few more on momentarily. Right, we now have a quorum, so we can begin. Good morning and welcome to the October 27th, 2022 meeting of the DC Historic Preservation Review Board. My name is Marnique Heath, the chair of the board. Public notice of this WebEx meeting and participation instructions have been emailed to the project applicants and the HPO mailing list and posted on the Office of Planning website. This meeting is live streamed and archived on the Office of Planning's YouTube channel. Please be aware that if you're watching on YouTube, you won't be able to provide testimony. Those wishing to provide testimony must register in advance and join via WebEx. I want to ask each board member participating in today's meeting to turn on their cameras, and we will then do roll call to determine who's here this morning. Board Member Auerbach.
Good morning. Board Member Auerbach is present.
Good morning. Board Member Beatty.
Good morning. Board Member Beatty is present.
Good morning. Board Member Bell.
Matt Bell, present.
Good morning. I don't see Board Member Horsey yet. I do expect him this morning, so we'll announce his arrival once he joins. Board Member Baylor. Do see her on.
Yeah, I thought I saw her a minute ago.
Yes. All right. Well, I did see her a few minutes ago. I think she'll be joining again in just a few moments. So, and Board Member Jones is sick today. I do expect Board Member Green to join us later this morning. Before we begin the meeting, I'd like to go over a few procedural points. The camera function has been enabled for presenters and board members. At the beginning of each case, cameras can be turned off so that the focus is on the presentation slides. When cameras are off, if you're speaking, you should identify yourself. I'll first ask HPO staff to present their report and evaluation of the case. I'll then ask the applicant to present their project plans. HPO is provided and has been provided with all plans, and they've preloaded the slides provided by the applicants and will advance the slides upon request. Following the applicant's presentation, we'll hear testimony from ANCs, community groups, and individuals who have registered in advance to speak. The camera function is not available to those providing testimony. After all testimony has been presented, the board is then ready to ask questions and deliberate and I'll ask board members, staff, and presenters to turn on their cameras. After the board is finished deliberating and has taken a vote on the project, cameras can then be turned off for the next presentation. In accordance with the ANC Act, the Historic Preservation Review Board is committed to giving careful consideration to the community and ANC comments that we receive. Our regulations require us to give great weight to properly adopted written recommendations of ANCs in the matters that come before us. To ensure that great weight is given, the board discusses and addresses each issue or concern raised in ANC resolutions as part of our deliberation and includes that discussion in the public record of the case as recorded in the live videos of our meetings. Following the meeting on the board's behalf, HPO archives the video recordings on the HPO website, keeping them accessible to the public. They prepare a written summary of the board's actions, which includes a report of our findings and conclusions on any issues and concerns raised in ANC resolutions, articulating with particularity and precision our reasons why the ANC did or did not offer persuasive advice, and posts the written record on the HPO website 1 week following the meeting, keeping it permanently accessible to the public. Unless we have any announcements from staff, we will begin with our consent calendar today. Steve or Juliana, are there any changes to the agenda since it's been posted?
Good morning. There are no changes to the agenda, but there is to the consent calendar. As you see, 616 Lexington Place has been deferred at the request of the ANC and will be scheduled for next month.
Okay, perfect. Great. So I don't know if Gretchen has joined again. It looks like she's here. Gretchen, are you able to hear us now?
I am back, Marnie. I just need 2 minutes.
Okay, all right. I do know that Gretchen has a few comments on cases this morning. We'll just give her another minute so that we can do that. We can hear her comments. Do any other board members have comments on any consent calendar cases? Okay. See the sweet spot here.
I could start, Monique, with my comment on the nomination,
Sure,
the Lock Keeper's House.
sure.
One thing, I thought it was a very good and thorough nomination form. The one comment that I had was I didn't think there was very much information about why the building had to be moved in 2017. And I'm wondering if
Okay.
that could be added.
Okay, to the designation as it's, before it's finalized, okay.
Right, yeah. If that could be added, because I think it's an important part of the history and noting that it has been moved. Is
Okay.
important to the overall designation. And then the other ones that I had, I'm so sorry for this delay.
No worries, no worries.
Then the other one that I had was related to item A was if there was any information about the interior of the Lock Keeper's House, because in the nomination it notes that everything was removed in 2017, but I didn't see if there was any documentation about what was removed and was it significant because they left just the shell of the building. So I wondered if staff could just look in.
Sure, this is Kim, HPO staff.
Thanks, Kim.
Yes, Gretchen, I will talk to NPS about that. I know that, there was very little left of the original 1837 building, but there is some framing, obviously. And then there were aspects that survived from the 1905 changes to the building. But I will ask NPS to elaborate upon that and also to provide a better description of the interior as it exists currently.
That'd be great, Kim. Even if they did anything like paint sampling or plaster sampling or anything to determine what was original or not when they made the decision to do all the removal, that would be, I think, good to note, at least to know what was there and what was the nature of it.
Yep, good
That might
point.
help somebody in understanding, the nature of the finishes for lock keepers' residences.
Okay, yeah, no, very good point. Well taken, and I will
would be
convey
great.
that to NPS.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Kim.
Sure.
And then item B, which is 813 Mass Ave Northeast. I just want to be clear that we're supporting only what's shown in the section in terms of the roof deck that's got the proximity between the pop-up addition on the roof and the historic building. So we're not allowing any more demolition of the existing roof area or the attic behind the front facade. So it's
Right.
held back at that dimension that's shown, which I think is 13 feet.
Okay,
And that it's a very unique condition because there is a small amount that's there, but with the architecture of the existing building and the turrets of the adjacent building, what's shown there, I think is de minimis. I agree with the Capitol Hill Restoration Society that it's de minimis because of the architecture that's around there. I know there are a number of trees and other vegetation that obstructs that, but that was not part of my decision in considering this to be de minimis and approved.
okay.
And then in item E, I actually had a question for staff on 3722 35th Street Northwest. The side facade is modified. Granted, it's not the primary elevation, but because this building sits on the corner, it is a very visible elevation. And I think the addition is nice. The existing facade gets modified adjacent to the existing addition. So originally there were 4 single windows on the first floor, one single window opening on the first floor and the second floor, 2 per side. In the elevation that's shown on page R4 in the proposed residence, the elevation, it changes to a double window and then a bay. Certainly the bay is something that's obvious that there'll be demolition and removal associated with that. But I wondered if staff reviewed that and is comfortable with that change on the side elevation, going from single double hung windows to a double hung window over the bay, and modifying the existing opening. And if that was necessary, maybe staff could just review that with the applicants to determine if that absolutely has to happen, just because it's original and street facing, not just a a secondary side elevation of the building.
Sure. Steve, did you want to?
Yeah, we certainly were aware of the proposed change, and
Mhm.
I think we thought that it was with the addition of the bay, the changing of the window on the second floor to a double window, actually compositionally was very compatible. And so yes, it is an alteration, but we thought it was one that was overall compatible with the character of the property. As you say, it's not. It's a little unusual to alter street-facing elevations, but it's not prohibited. And it is still a secondary elevation in terms of the overall design of the building. And we just thought it was just in the same way that adding the bay was a compatible addition, that the alteration of the windows on the second floor above it was similarly compatible. But we can certainly talk to the applicant and their architect about whether or not that's entirely necessary. But we thought it was an acceptable alteration.
Okay, thanks, Steve. And then did you talk about the large tree, or it looks like because this porch gets extended out the back, there's a really large tree that's going to be demolished behind it. And I don't know if that's a tree of note. It just looked really big to me when I was there, and it looked like it's going to be completely removed.
I do not know. However, I believe that the architect Jeff Broadhurst is on the call. He was going to listen in, and we could, if Juliana, if you see him on, we could ask that question. I don't know whether the tree is being retained or removed.
I don't see how it could be retained, but maybe.
Uh-huh.
Yes, Steve, I see Jeff on, so I will just unmute now.
Good morning. This is Jeff Broadhurst.
Morning, Mr. Broadhurst. This is Gretchen Failer on the review board. I had a question about your application as it relates to the existing tree in the backyard. I of course couldn't get into the entire backyard, but is that tree being removed and how big is it?
That tree is being removed, but it was being removed. The owners, who I don't know are participating today, that tree was both, I believe, in ill health. The owners had the city arborist come out and take a look at it, and they received approval to remove it, just independent of this proposed construction project, because it was undermining the foundation of the back of the house. So that was taken care of with the city previously. That I'm not sure if it's been removed yet, but the owners had permission from the city to take it down for other reasons besides this proposed addition.
Okay, thank you very much.
Certainly.
I guess I'd ask staff to just make sure to get that documentation from the owners so that it doesn't set any precedent for us. And then
Okay.
on F Street, which is 1746 F, there's a lot of detailed information about what's happening on the front of the building, on the rear of the building, but not a lot about what the work is on the front of the building. It just says new windows. And the rear windows don't give a lot of information about what kind of windows they are, if they're metal clad or vinyl, or they just say a brand name, which this brand I know provides a wide variety of windows. But if the staff would make sure that they are aware of what the preservation plan is for the brick and all the wood finishes, and what the windows are that are going to be replaced in the front elevation, and they're comfortable with them as being compatible with the historic district, that would be great. And that's the summation of my comments.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Gretchen.
Yep, thank you. I'm sorry again for the delay.
No worries. I do see Outerbridge has joined, so I just want to acknowledge that you are on as well. Did see him. And now I don't. Do any other board members have questions or comments on any other consent cases? Okay. Then I will make a motion that we approve the cases with the exception of C, which has been deferred at the request of the ANC, with the comments noted by board member Failer. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay,
Oh,
great. Thank you, Gretchen. Any other discussion? Then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Great, the motion carries. And we're ready to proceed with our first case on our agenda, which is a historic designation for the National Training School for Women and Girls. Would staff like to make your presentation first, or would you like for us to hear from the applicant?
I'm going to speak first. Good morning, everyone. This is Shania Price,
Good morning.
coming to you guys with a landmark or a historic designation. So I'm very excited to bring this to the board and give some introduction as well as current development. I'll go through pretty much the site history and period significance and some amendments, and then I'll let the applicant give some more background and context to their nomination. Okay. So well, Marnique, would you like to introduce what this is, or would you like me to?
You can go ahead. I introduced just by title, but you can proceed.
All right. Well,
Thank you.
No problem. The Historic Preservation Office recommends that the board designate the National Training School for Women and Girls campus at 601 50th Street Northeast as a historic district to be entered into the DC Inventory of Historic Sites, and further recommends that the nomination be forwarded to the National Register of Historic Places for listing of national significance, consisting of 3 contributing buildings, 1 historic object, and 1 non-contributing building, with the period of significance of 1909 to 1964. This spans the National Training School for Women and Girls opening year, to which the school transitioned to a co-ed elementary school. It includes the evolution of the site development from its commencement of the school to its dedication of its chapel. The National Training School has 1 historic landmark on its site currently, the Trades Hall. It was designated as a National Historic Landmark by the United States Interior in 1991. There's no concurrent nomination for the listing in the property's DC inventory. Recently, the owner of the property and occupant of the Trade Hall entered into an agreement with the developer to construct affordable housing on a portion of the campus along 50th Street Northwest. This apartment building is currently near completion and is not included in the boundaries of the nominated historic site, even though it was formerly part of the training school. In conjunction, though, with that development, the property owner agreed to nominate the remainder of the property for listing into the DC inventory. HBO staff participated in the conceptual review of that project to promote design compatibility with the campus buildings. In recognition of the National Historic Landmark designation and the school's importance to the education and advancement of African Americans, notable individuals, civil rights, its architecture, its community development, the owner has submitted a nomination for the National Training School for Women and Girls to be designated. The nomination, authored by EHD Traceries, encompasses the portion of the original campus site, the National Landmark Building, the contributing object, the vacant chapel, a contributing dormitory, and the site including the non-contributing school building. The nomination states that the historic district will retain its integrity in its location, setting, design, material, workmanship, and feeling. We can go to the next slide. Ms. Burrows opened the school, well, the next one. One more. Ms. Burrows opened the National Training School for Women and Girls on October 19, 1909. There were 7 girls enrolled in the first class. The school began as the school site began with a dilapidated 8-room farmhouse in a community with less than a dozen houses in the Lincoln Heights community in Northeast. It was without street lights, water, or telephone. Farmers broke ground during the spring plowing, but the teachers and the students were the ones who filled the gullies, set out the trees, cultivated the 3-acre garden, did the canning and the landscape design for the campus. You can go to the next slide. Burrows installed concrete sidewalks next and built the Pioneer Hall, which was a building comprised of 3 stories and a basement. There were limited resources for architecture, and Burrows valued Black businesses, donors, and hired close acquaintances and associates who were architects in DC to construct the building. All architects, it was likely that Burrows hired one of the local architects to design, to build, to help build the campus, who was responsible for also contributing to the Lincoln Heights building. In 1920, the Women's American Baptist Mission gave the school $3,000 for a model cottage for domestic work. In 1922, the school was the only boarding school for Black girls north of Richmond, Virginia. It was the only school established by a national organization for colored women. It was also an organization that had gained national scope and prominence as being primarily funded by African American contribution and under African American women management. The landscape was not without struggle, both mentally and physically. During a bitter cold during the Great War, students and faculty were responsible for taking coals of water up that steep hill and taking coal and carrying the coal for the fuel companies that would refuse to take the coal up the hill and dump it at the entrance or not deliver it at all. Ms. Burroughs would explain that it showed the girls it was really part of our service and to our country, and a very small part to what the boys were doing without word of complaint, speaking on the many men that worked as laborers in the coal mines. We brought every piece of coal to the school to use that winter, not a man on place. We carried coal and water, tended to our pigs and chickens, and cooked and cleaned and did our schoolwork. After they installed water lines in the school, Ms. Burroughs impressively raised funds simultaneously for building and constructing for women to learn modern laundry trade. The Sunlight Laundry was built with $15,000 with the slogan "To learn, to earn, to earn, to learn." The building taught women women interested in trade business and employed 25 skilled women and men. In May 1926, the school suffered a significant loss by fire, to which the main building was damaged, which contained the office, chapel, and reception. Firefighters found it difficult to get water up the hill and spreading to the other buildings, which resulted in the demolition of several buildings that were existing on the campus. Once again, the community rallied behind Ms. Burroughs to raise money to build the Trades Hall building today, which has been nominated. 2 years after the fire, it was dedicated on Sunday, December 16, 1928, a terracotta brick structure with spacious hall, 3 classrooms, offices, and a reception. The original plans called for a 3-story structure, but the funds their lack of funds could only afford 2 stories. The cost was $4,000. One more, Steve. The site commemorates Nannie Helen Burroughs' aims and accomplishments. Burroughs is of national significance because for more than 30 years, she successfully worked to further the progress of African Americans community throughout the nation. As an educator, she helped educate hundreds of women throughout the founding of the National Training School for Women and Girls and her work with the National Council of Negro Women. She was an organizer of women industrial groups, labor unions. She worked to acquaint women with entrepreneurship, combat segregation, unequal education, and promote suffrage and among women in all matters of life. As a government official, President Herbert Hoover appointed her chair to a committee for housing for African Americans. Burroughs spoke in support of preservation for African Americans' historic sites and played a vital role in the preservation of Frederick Douglass' home at Cedar Hill in Anacostia. He was a driving force for decades for the Cedar Hill story and worked with the National Council of Negro Women and the Frederick Douglass Memorial Association to preserve the property. In 1920, she was named the official custodian of buildings and grounds for Cedar Hill. Nannie Helen Burroughs died May 20th, 1961, having dedicated her life to the advancement of African American women and the race. In 1964, the school was renamed the Nannie Helen Burroughs School in her honor. The boundaries for the National Training School is at the corner of 50th Street in Northeast and Nannie Helen Burroughs Avenue in Northeast in the Lincoln Heights neighborhood. The original campus sat in a square 5194, sorry. Nannie Helen Burroughs originally purchased the lots 30 to 35 and a portion of 29 under a deed in trust. The northern edge was defined by Watts Branch. The lots were later known as 814, 815, lot 816, and so on to lot 08. In 1917, Burroughs purchased the lot remainder at 929 and 928. By 1929, the National Training School campus occupied up to 7 acres and included 8 main buildings. The Trades Hall was one of the last remaining buildings from that era. Although the historic campus site includes Watts Branch across from Nellie Helen Burroughs Avenue, the site of the community service building, which was on that, was demolished. Burroughs deeded that land to the Park Service and is not included in the historic district boundaries. The area now serves as a community greening space and part of the Watts Branch Trail. The boundaries also exclude portions of 827, now occupied by the soon to be completed apartment building that sits west to the Trades Hall.
Sorry to interrupt. Do we have a map of the boundaries you just described, please?
Yeah, and the applicant's going to show you exactly where all their boundaries are, but this is the map of the boundaries.
Very good. Thank you.
The proposed significance the period of significance extends from 1909, the year that the school was formally established, through 1964, when the trade school curriculum was eliminated. The school was originally named the National Training School for Women and Girls. In 1929, the name was changed to the National Trade School and Professional School for Women and Girls. And then after Burroughs' death, the school was renamed in her honor, the Nannie Helen Burroughs School. In 1962, the owner, Progressive Baptist National Convention, split from the National Baptist Convention and acquired the site. By 1974, at that time, they demolished the remaining frame buildings and built the non-contributing elementary school. Their headquarters is now located in the Trades Hall building. Can you go a couple of slides? I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. One more. Well, 3 more. You get to the objects. There you go. And so here we have the laundry and the community center that were demolished. The community center was located across the street, and the laundry was located at the corner of 50th Street. Next. Here you have the dormitory in the background that was built, as well as you can see the layout of the original layout of the campus with the original frame buildings. Next slide. The Lincoln Memorial Arch is a concrete arch with a bas relief profile of Abraham Lincoln centered on the north side that sits in the intersection of Nannie Helen Burroughs and is located on lot 5194/830. Its date of construction is between 1913 and 1915. The architect was J.A. Moore, and the sculptor of the Lincoln Head is Isaac Hathaway. The arch was built in commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the issuance of the Emancipation Proclamation. Staff is recommending that additional information on the sculptor, Isaac Hathaway, be added. He was an artist and educator who created masks and busts of important African-American leaders and designers, and was the designer of the first 2 U.S. coins to feature African-Americans. Next. The dormitory is also located on the same square. Its date of construction is between 1954 and 1956. The architects were African-American architects, Roscoe Vaughn and Ferguson, and the builder was McKiskack and McKiskack Inc., one of the oldest Black-owned architecture firms in the country. Staff recommends that additional information on the local African-American architecture firm and the builder be incorporated into the final document. Next. The National Memorial Chapel is located in Square Lot 5194, 829. Its the date of construction is between 1959 and 1961. There isn't information on the architect and builder. It was dedicated in 1961 following Burroughs' death, and her public viewing was the first public event held at the chapel. Next. The 1990 nomination of the Trade Hall National Landmark notes notes it as the appropriate building to represent the school and the work of Nannie Helen Burroughs. However, Burroughs was active in the development and the progress of the campus until her death. Burroughs lived and worked on the campus until her death. Her lifelong advocacy for women and African American community is connected to this historic district and its landscape. For these reasons, the historic district is significant for its association with an institute and its achievements that contribute significantly to the heritage and the culture of the District of Columbia, as much as to the nation. Its merits listing in the DC inventory and into the national reserve places for the following criteria. Criteria B for history, DC criteria C for individual, and National Register criteria A for events in areas of education development, equal education development, and vocational training, as well as B for persons for its association with Nannie Helen Burroughs, and as a civil rights leader and education advocate. One more thing to say. The proposed historic district and its landscape retains integrity of location, setting, and design, material, workmanship, feeling, association with their setting, and principally affected by, and with the setting principally affected by the addition of a large non-contributing structure on the site. Although other than that, there have been no major alterations on the contributing buildings or the contributing object. And they retain their historic massing, materials, and details. There are some deterioration and window replacements that exist, and as does one non-contributing building, but these changes do not compromise the overall character and cohesiveness of the collection. The landscape has been subdivided and altered, but the greensward and the concrete walkway to the chapel and dormitory, as you see here, historically remain intact. One more, Steve. PNC's relationship to Nannie Helen Burroughs and to the National Baptist Convention on the site is also significant. And HPO supports their amendment to include additional information on their history and its significance to the site as well. We will work with Traceries to include that final language in the nomination, as well as ensuring that the register reflects the historic name as well as other historic names, including Progressive National Baptist Convention. And then for the DC entry name, naming the potential historic district as the National Training School for Women and Girls, parentheses PNC, historic district to relate to both significant histories. So with that, I thank you guys for listening and invite Traceries to walk you through their history and their boundaries.
Thank you, Amania. Before I begin, Juliana, will you be able to unmute Dr. Pitts?
Hi, Alyssa. Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Are you ready to begin?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you can proceed.
Oh, thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of this distinguished historic society. My name is the Reverend Tyrone S. Pitts. I'm here today because I wear several hats in connection with the applicant and owner of Progressive National Baptist Convention, which is also referred to as PNBC. I am currently General Secretary Emeritus of the convention after having served as General Secretary of the PNBC from 1990 to 2010. In addition, I am the Executive Director of the PNBC Community Development Corporation and President of Providence Place G1 LLC, the owner of the newly constructed Providence Place on PNBC's campus in Ward 7. And by the way, distinguished society, I was born in Washington, D.C. in 1947 in a tenement in Southwest Washington because children at that time were dying in Freedman's Hospital from diarrhea. And so I am not only a Washington historical relic, but I am also committed to Washington, D.C. First and foremost, I wish to thank the Historic Society and each of you for allowing the PNBC to nominate our campus that we affectionately refer to as the Holy Hill. And I'm happy to have you nominated as the Progressive National Baptist Convention and the National Trade School for Women and Girls Historic District in Lincoln Heights. Our request is that both names are included as their histories are remarkably intertwined. The unprecedented contribution of the late Nannie Helen Burroughs as an educator, religious leader, and social activist was notably unparalleled. Today, I emphasize these contributions of Nannie Helen Burroughs because they have been remarkably united with PNBC, particularly in its ongoing freedom struggle here and throughout the world. Although her passing in May 1961 preceded the organizational birth in November 1961, she and many of the PNBC distinguished founders, fathers and mothers, and members, including the late Dr. L. Venture Booth, Dr. Gardner C. Taylor, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Sr. and Jr., the Reverend Dr. David Abernathy, Reverend Walter Fauntleroy, Dr. Otis Moss Jr., Dr. Benny Mays, Dr. Wyatt T. Walker, Dr. Ralph Canty, Mrs. Peggy Garnett, and Mrs. Beulah Brent were all civil rights activists and members of the National Baptist Convention USA Incorporated for many years. These relationships were cultivated because they all fought racism, and discrimination of all kinds. In August 1954, Dr. Burroughs invited Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to address the Women's Auxiliary, and she later stated to his mother, Alberta King, quote, "I appreciate him standing up for right," end of quote. And she continued to support him until her passing on May 20th, 1961. However, in 1958, while all were members of the National Baptist Convention, an underground movement began when a few men and women integrity of the convention's indefinite term office to embrace a position strongly advocating the civil rights movement, particularly Dr. Martin Luther King. They decided that they would move in a different way. Following the National Baptist Convention's annual session in 1958, its president, Dr. J. announced the nonviolent civil rights movement, including the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, the Congress of Racial Equality, and he removed Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. from the vice presidency of the Baptist Training Union and Sunday School Congress. Thereafter, Dr. Booth deemed that it was time to withdraw from the National Baptist Convention, and he launched the Progressive National Baptist Convention on November 13th, 14th, 1961, and built the important platform for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Dr. Gardner C. Taylor. And every one of the aforementioned persons that I talked about earlier were part of this whole movement. In addition, a very close friend of Dr. Burroughs, Dr. Umbi Ross, former president of the Women's Auxiliary of the National Baptist Convention, joined PNBC and became PNBC's first president of the Women's Department. Indeed, there is every reason to believe that the American African immortal, Dr. Nannie Helen Burroughs, would have joined the Progressive National Baptist Convention. In fact, this historical connection is the reason why the Progressive National Baptist Convention became the owner of the Holy Hill. As shown in our film that you will see today, Dr. Aurelio Downey, former president of the Nannie Helen Burroughs School, notes that due to the financial issues, when they considered to sell the school, and since the PNBC women had been so nice to the school, they sought the convention first. As a result, the PNBC acquired almost 6 acres of land on May 12, 1978, when the Nannie Helen Burroughs School conveyed all of its real and personal property to the PNBC. The PNBC president at that time, Dr. Thomas Kilgore, referred to this as a good marriage. A minority membership of the Nannie Helen Burroughs School Board remained on the newly formed Nannie Helen Burroughs School Board that gave the PNBC majority ownership. The new Nannie Helen Burroughs School Board continued to manage the school. The Nannie Helen Burroughs School Board was a private school and paid fees and tuition. But the fees and tuition were significantly below the rates in the Washington, D.C. area. The children excelled, and the PNBC financed its students by attending each annual session every year in selected sites that appealed to families across the nation. The Nannie Helen Burroughs School was the pride of the convention. Unfortunately, when the school principal, Dr. Shirley Hayes, retired, the school was not successful in retaining a principal that was committed. However, the PNBC has continually leased the building of the school. Currently, it is occupied by the Monroe School, which serves children with special needs. PNBC is mindful of Dr. Burroughs' commitment to education and is committed to having a school on campus for children in Ward 7. It is my honor to represent to you today that the PNBC was the denominational home to the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. We welcomed him, we marched with him, we supported his violent commitment to nonviolence, civil and human rights, and Dr. King spoke at every annual session, with the exception of the year when he received the Nobel Peace Prize in 1964. Another source of pride is that PNBC's former program chair, the Reverend Dr. Prathia Hall Wynn, who was present during our 30th anniversary, was very much respected by Dr. King as a young woman. And while traveling together on an event, she told him that she kept having this strange dream. And after listening, he asked her, could he use the title? And she said, yes. And I Have a Dream became history. In the short film, former President Dr. Gardner C. Taylor declared that Dr. Burroughs called him to Lincoln Heights in Washington, D.C., where she was in the midst of the civil rights struggle and the great problems among Baptists. And she believed that the thrust of organizing the Progressive National Baptist Convention should go forward. Therefore, Dr. Taylor acknowledged that the wedding in our history is influenced by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s heroism and Dr. Nannie Helen Burroughs' consciousness. This was true then, and it remains true today. At its inception in 1961, the PNBC chose the name Progressive to highlight its commitment to the civil rights movement, and is the first Black Baptist convention that supports women in every aspect of its history and movement. From the pulpit to the pew, our desires have been to have women in leadership, just as Nannie Helen Burroughs. And we're actively engaged in having our first president of our convention, because now we have a second vice president coming up through the ranks who is a woman. Similarly, Nannie Helen Burroughs provided support for women in ministry and social transformation for Africans in the U.S. who were suffering under segregation, Jim Crow, racism. Both also recognized the sacred right to vote. PNBC has been and is committed to making sure that all votes are counted. In 2018, the PNBC entered a ground lease as owner of the land, and the PNBC partnered with APC and the city to develop Providence Place, a 93-unit low-income moderate housing facility on almost 1.5 acres of its land. The DC government secured much-needed affordable housing for individuals and families in Washington, D.C. And on July 28, 2022, the Honorable Mayor Merrill Bowser cut the ribbon on Providence Place that includes 35 units prioritized for residents in the Deanwood community. She proudly asserted, quote, today we are delivering new homes that were made possible through collaboration and community. We know that when our faith-based partners step up to deliver much needed affordable housing, that it is a reflection of our DC values, end of quote. Indeed, our beautifully constructed Providence Place in Ward 7 demonstrates PNBC's commitment to enhancing the quality of life for the residents of Lincoln Heights. The historic witness of the PNBC and Nannie Helen Burroughs in the struggle for civil and human rights warrants the designation of both names. It provides a historical memorial to American Africans throughout the diaspora in perpetuity that these hallowed grounds on our holy hill provide a living testimony to the value of their commitment against poverty, racism, sexism, false narratives, critical race theories, and recent replacement theories. For the members of PNBC, this is a historic moment, and we respectfully request the inclusion of both names, as we believe that this historical relationship is indeed united, as Dr. Kilgore said, in a good marriage. I leave you with my final thoughts found in Ecclesiastes 11:6. Sow your seed in the morning, and at evening let your hands not be idle, for you do not know which will succeed, whether it's this or that, or whether both will do equally well. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Pitts. Steve, can you bring up our presentation?
Steve, it should just be next after my last slide.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that there was a difference. So
Yeah, after that slide is theirs.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Heath and members of the board. My name is Alyssa Stein, and I'm a historian at EHT Traceries. I'm here today on behalf of the Progressive National Baptist Convention to present the Progressive National Baptist Convention Incorporated and the National Training School for Women and Girls Historic District nomination. Next slide. The Progressive National Baptist Convention's campus, indicated by the red star on the right-hand side of the map, is located on the campus of the former National Training School and National Training School for Women and Girls, later renamed as the National Trade and Professional School for Women and Girls. The campus is addressed 601 50th Street Northeast, and it is located in the Lincoln Heights neighborhood of Washington, D.C. The National Training School was founded in 1909 by noted 20th century civil rights leader Nannie Helen Burroughs. The school operated until 1964 and provided academic education, religious instruction, and practical training in manual skills and vocation for Black women and girls. It was the first school of its kind to be operated by a Black woman outside of the Deep South. Next slide. In 1978, after years of involvement with the school, the Progressive National Baptist Convention, also known as PNBC, purchased the former National Trade and Professional School campus. Over time, the campus was subdivided into several parcels. Even though PNBC continues its ownership almost of the entire original campus, the construction, through consultation with HPO, we determined that the boundaries of the historic district should be limited to Lot 829, as highlighted in red, as this is the parcel that contains the buildings and objects that date to the operation of the school. Next slide. 4 buildings, the NHL designated Trades Hall, a dormitory, a chapel, and a school building, and 1 object, the Lincoln Memorial Arch, are located within Lot 829. All resources, with the exception of the school building, were constructed while the National Training School was operational. As such, all resources, except for the school building, should be considered to be contributing resources to the proposed historic district. Next slide. As we've heard this morning, staff does a really good job both summarizing today and in the staff report, the historic district nomination, and as well as presenting the case for designation as it relates to the National Training School. We would like to argue that in addition to being significant in the areas of equal education opportunities and vocational training, and for its association with Nannie Helen Burroughs, the historic district should be designated for its association with the Progressive National Baptist Convention. An amendment to the original landmark application was submitted in advance of this hearing to augment the history of PNBC and its relationship to the site. As such, during this hearing, we will make the case to include PNBC's name as part of the formal historic district name. Next slide. So getting into the history, the National Training School for Women and Girls was first conceived in 1901 by Nannie Helen Burroughs, who desired to create a national school for Black women and girls to help them prepare for a productive life in the 20th century. Born in Orange, Virginia in 1878, Ms. Burroughs moved to Washington, D.C. in 1884 with her mother. Following her graduation from high school, she hoped to teach in the D.C. public school system. She did not receive any teaching appointments and was therefore forced to take on various low-wage jobs until she was hired to work as an editorial secretary and bookkeeper to the Foreign Mission Board of the National Baptist Convention, USA, here referred to as the National Baptist Convention, in Louisville, Kentucky. She quickly became active in the convention and helped to establish the Women's Convention Auxiliary of the National Baptist Convention. Next slide. She used her connections within the National Baptist Convention to lobby for the creation of a girls' school in Washington, D.C. The National Baptist Convention was unsupportive of the concept. In 1904, the Women's Convention Auxiliary formally gave its support, financial and otherwise, to Burroughs' concept. Finally, in 1907, Burroughs had garnered enough support and financing from the Women's Auxiliary to secure a charter for the new school and purchase a 6-acre tract of land in Washington, D.C.'s Lincoln Heights subdivision for the new school campus. After more than 2 years of additional fundraising, the National Training School for Women and Girls formally opened. The National Training School enrolled women and girls from across the United States, as well as from Canada, Africa, Haiti, and Puerto Rico. Most students came from Black working class families. Next slide. Between 1909 and 1913, 5 frame buildings were constructed to support the growing school. The original farmhouse, referred to as Alpha Hall, and several outbuildings were repurposed to accommodate school functions. Next slide. In 1914, the Lincoln Memorial Arch was completed to serve as the official main entrance to the campus near the intersection of Dean Avenue, or today Nannie Helen Burroughs Avenue, and 50th Street Northeast. The arch was dedicated in September of 1914 to commemorate the 50th anniversary of Lincoln's death. Next slide. During World War I, 2 additional acres were purchased to further expand the campus. In 1921, a public laundry facility was constructed to the northern portion of the site along Grant Avenue. The Sunlight Laundry, as the facility was called, was added to both teach students laundering, considered by Burroughs to be one of the best paying industries in America at that time, and to introduce an income producing department since the school was struggling financially. Unfortunately, the laundry was unsuccessful at providing that revenue stream that was so much needed. Next slide. In 1926, a fire erupted within Pioneer Hall, a frame building that was constructed in 1911 for use as a dormitory. The fire caused $30,000 worth of damages, and with insurance only covering a small percentage of the damage, supporters of the school made a public appeal asking for Washingtonians to donate money so that, in quotes, a sufficient fund can be raised to permit the erection of a more substantial structure, end quote. The campaign led to the construction of Trades Hall, a 2-story building designed by architects Thomas M. Medford that was completed and dedicated in 1928. Trades Hall allowed for a variety of school-related activities to finally be housed under one roof. Trades Hall, which currently serves as the administrative headquarters of PNBC, was individually listed as a National Historic Landmark in 1991. Next slide. In January of 1939, the Board of Trustees voted on and approved changes to the school's charter. Significantly, the Board of Trustees voted to change the name of the school from the National Training School for Women and Girls to the National Trade and Professional School for Women and Girls to avoid confusion with a reform school that was also located in the district and had the same name. Next slide. By the 1930s, despite Burroughs' tireless efforts to fundraise, the school was struggling. Donations were increasingly difficult to collect, and enrollment dropped to almost half of what it was the decade prior. Things did not improve over the next decade, and therefore by the 1950s, it became clear that many of the functioning buildings on campus were either in need of work and or inadequate. Burroughs persuaded trustees to pursue an ambitious redevelopment plan for the campus that included the construction of a new dormitory, a library, chapel, and science building. As with the other buildings on campus, Burroughs spearheaded a robust fundraising campaign that spanned across the country to raise funds for the required construction. Burroughs successfully raised enough money for the completion of a new dormitory and chapel. Next slide. The dormitory, designed by the architectural firm of Bond and Ferguson and built by the construction firm of McKissick and McKissick, was completed in 1956 for a cost of $250,000 debt-free. Mordecai Johnson, then president of Howard University, spoke at the dedication ceremony. Next slide. In 1961, the new chapel was completed. The dedication took place in July of that year, just a few months following Burroughs' death. As a result, the first public event to be held in the chapel was Burroughs' public viewing. Next slide. Dr. Burroughs remained president of the school until her death. During her life, she was actively involved with numerous organizations, including the National Association of Colored Women, the NAACP, the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History, and the Women's Auxiliary of the National Baptist Convention. She was active in the civil rights movement, advocating particularly for greater civil rights for African American women. Despite the fact that Black women had limited career choices during the 20th century, Burroughs believed that all women should have the opportunity to receive an education and job training. She also wrote about the need for Black and Caucasian women to work together to achieve the right to vote, and aligned herself with other African American suffragettes, including Coralie Franklin Cook, Anna Julia Cooper, Lucy Diggs Slowe, and Mary Church Terrell. She was an early and ardent supporter of the late Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. for numerous reasons, including his commitment to civil rights and social justice. She also remained active in the Women's Auxiliary of the National Baptist Convention through the late 1950s. When it became apparent that the National Baptist Convention was not going to engage in the fight for civil rights, she, Dr. King, and other members of the National Convention pushed for a schism, which resulted in the formation of the Progressive National Baptist Convention. Next slide. In 1961, a group of ministers, frustrated by the issues related to the presidential tenure and civil rights activism, broke from the National Baptist Convention to form the Progressive National Baptist Convention. PNBC was very active with the civil rights movement and that was sweeping the nation by storm. It both supported and provided a denominational home for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Causes related to the civil rights and freedom remain core tenets of the convention. Another distinct difference between the National Baptist Convention and PNBC was that PNBC's bylaws allowed for women to run for office, and further, they did not prohibit women from becoming ordained pastors. The first president of the women's department of the PNBC, Ugi Ras Modana Abuen, would also go on to become the first woman ordained by the convention. The women's department of the PNBC was established in 1962. The group was dedicated to the causes of education, foreign missions, and the civil rights movement. As part of their education mission, they dedicated themselves to the Nannie Helen Burroughs School. Prior to assuming her role as president of the women's department, Dr. Abuen worked with and was mentored by Nannie Helen Burroughs as early as the 1930s. She also served on the National Training School's Board of Trustees from 1931 through 1961. Next slide. In 1964, the National Training School's Board of Trustees eliminated the trade school curriculum and reestablished the school as a private co-ed elementary school that maintained its Christian principles and commitment to educating Black children. The school was renamed the Nannie Helen Burroughs School. The school was funded almost exclusively by the Women's Department of the PNBC. Between 1971 and 1974, a new administration and classroom building was constructed on the site, resulting in the demolition of many of the original frame buildings associated with the National Training School. By this time, the Women's Department was struggling to keep the school afloat. They reached out to the Progressive National Baptist Convention to see if they would be interested in taking over the land. They were, and in 1978, PNBC purchased the property and took over any outstanding debts related to the property. PNBC, which has grown to be the second largest Black Baptist convention in the United States, has attracted living legends as members, including Reverend Al Sharpton, Reverend Jesse Jackson, Senator Raphael Warnock, and the Honorable Representative Barbara Jackson Lee. The convention continues to be an avid supporter of the school and keeping Nannie Helen Burroughs' legacy alive. In fact, they have even created and curated a museum devoted to housing her collections and her memorabilia, and have worked with the Smithsonian Museum to display her artifacts. Next slide. As I hope we have shown this morning, PNBC, Nannie Helen Burroughs, and the school are integrally linked. It was because of Nannie Helen Burroughs that PNBC was formed, and it was because of PNBC that Nannie Helen Burroughs' vision could be carried on. Thus, in addition to being significant in the areas of equal education opportunities and vocational training, and for its association with Nannie Helen Burroughs, the historic district should be designated for its association with the Progressive National Baptist Convention. While we are comfortable with amending the name from the National Training School for Women and Girls to the National Professional and Trade School for Women and Girls to reflect the name of the institution following 1939, we do believe that it is important for the historic district to also include the name of the Progressive National Baptist Convention. It is very important that PNBC's history and contributions be recognized in connection with this site. We hope that the amendment filed, which provides additional context as it relates to PNBC and their association to the site, serves as sufficient justification. Next slide. So before we finish, I wanted to play a brief clip to further discuss the important relationship between PNBC, Nannie Helen Burroughs, and the National Training School campus. So Steve, if you can click on the link and then progress to around the 53-second mark, we can play it from there.
Steve, if it's playing for you, it probably popped up on a different screen, so you would have to share that screen, but we don't see it playing.
Ah, okay. I see it really well.
Steve, this is Juliana. I can also share if you like.
If you could, yeah, I don't see how I can, yeah, thank you.
Before that, it's Joanna, we are seeing it, but we are not hearing it.
Yeah, there's typically another step you have to take in order to make the
Sure,
sound through.
Yeah, share the audio along with the video.
This is Juliana speaking. Was the audio not coming through?
No, it's not.
No,
Oh, okay.
you have to share it, Juliana. There's a box you have to click when you share video. You have to say share video with the audio.
Got it.
Right there should be fine.
Still no sound.
Met together in this ever growing and ever enlarging in influence Progressive National Baptist Convention. I have but one vignette that I'd like to share with you this afternoon about our beginning. Miss Nanny Borris called me to Washington, and every Progressive Baptist ought to go to Washington, to Lincoln Heights, to see our national headquarters in the city of the nation's capital. She called me there in the midst of the great fury of our civil rights struggle with great problems among Black Baptists. And she insisted that the trust ought to go forward so that there is wedded in our history the influence, a confluence of influence of Martin Luther King, to whom this convention, Black people, when he did not have one nationally,
and the heroism of Nanny Helen Burroughs, who by her genius, because she was fated to live at the time of Mary McLeod Bethune, who was Democrat and who seized the limelight, but by the sheer genius of her personality, Nanny Burroughs, and also Nanny Burroughs lived for 40 years under the shadow of Sally Layton, who was president of the National Women's Baptist Convention. But by the sheer force of her genius, Nanny Burroughs excelled and became one of our American immortals. She and Martin Luther King are united at the foundation of this convention, and it is now only for us to go forward.
There was a woman who came out of the National Baptist Convention whose name was Dr. Ruby Undadonna Abuen. She worked very closely with Dr. Burroughs in the National Baptist Convention. But when the split came, she came with the Progressive. She was the Progressive Convention Women's Department's first president. And so she says to them, day one, our main objective forever will be Nanny Helen Burroughs School. That's how we got started. 1978, we had to, because of inflation, we had to find a way to keep the school going. We had to, she left us the option of selling that school, taking that money, and using the interest only for scholarships for girls only than it was, but we had to change it, men and women. And so we did. We decided, well, we couldn't keep it going. We didn't want to sell it. The Women's Convention had been so nice to the school. We sought the Progressive Convention to see if they would take it.
Nanny Helen Burroughs School was at that time operated by a self-perpetuating board of trustees. They had begun to believe that this was too much of a burden, and the chairman of that board, who was Dr. D. Ching out of Chicago, had come to me earlier and said, how would you like for the Progressive to take over the Nanny Helen Burroughs School? In the interim between the time he came and the time that we met there in August, we put together the package for the taking over of that school. And it was one of the most fortunate things we ever did. We have now that property that we took over, and we assumed all of the indebtednesses of the property and everything. And that property, the indebtedness was between $500,000 and $600,000. And those 15 to 16 acres now with the development on them may be evaluated somewhere between $15 and $20 million. So it's a precious piece of property that was literally given to us, and we have tried to be good custodians of that property.
That's perfect, Juliana. Thank you. And with that, that concludes our presentation. Thank you so much for letting us present this very important historic district nomination.
Great. Thank you so much for your very thorough presentation. We have a number of people who have registered to speak on this application today. So assuming they're all on the line and ready to present, we'll allow 3 minutes for individuals and 6 for those who are representing a community organization. The first person that I have is Ray Nix. Is Ray Nix ready to present?
Yes, good morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. So good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Ray Nix, and I am the co-founder and president of Nix Development Company, a local real estate development firm specializing in developing signature affordable housing communities. As a co-development partner and part owner in the recently completed Providence Place apartment homes building, one that Dr. Pitts mentioned earlier in his presentation, located on Progressive National Baptist Convention's campus, affectionately referred to as the Holy Hill, I've seen firsthand over the years the type of impact and community commitment that PNBC has had in the Lincoln Heights community. During our first concept meeting in 2017, I met with the leaders of the organization to discuss their vision for the project, but really to learn more about the history and the story of the land. And it was a moving discussion for me and my partners. They walked me through the social significance of the Holy Hill and the historical relationship between National Trade School for Women and Girls and Progressive National Baptist Convention, all while underscoring the importance of our new project as a model for faith-based revitalization and a world-class community for the residents of the District of Columbia. The Progressive National Baptist Convention has a rich history of service, as you've heard. And since my dealings with them has served as a true stakeholder in this community. As a witness of this organization's impact and a partner in their vision for meaningful growth, I am hopeful you will approve their request to have both the Progressive National Baptist Convention and the National Trade School for Women and Girls Historic District in Lincoln Heights in the formal name for the nomination. I'd like to thank you for your time. And if I didn't say it before, prior to our project getting started during pre-development, I would like to thank the staff of the board for their input and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nix, for your testimony. The next person that I have is Dr. Kendrick Curry. Is Dr. Curry on the line? Juliana, do you see Dr. Curry?
Chair Heath, I do not see Dr. Curry on the line.
Next, I have Reverend David Peoples. Is Reverend Peoples on the line? Okay. No, Reverend Peoples. And the next person I have is Dr. Keith. Maybe Keith Bird. Dr. Keith Bird.
Chair Heath, I'm not seeing them on the line.
Dr. Jacqueline Thompson. No. Dr. Major Jemison. Dr. Major Jemison.
Chair Heath, I'm not seeing Dr. Jemison on the line.
Okay, we'll try Dr. Ralph Canty. Dr. Ralph Canty. Dr. Kip Banks, Senior. Dr. Banks. See Dr. George Gilbert, Jr. Dr. Gilbert. And Dr. Wayne Johnson. Dr. Wayne Johnson.
Dr. Johnson is on the line and I will unmute now.
Perfect, thank you.
Morning, distinguished community. We are having some technical difficulty getting some of our team members on, our president and several others. And I would imagine that's one of the reasons why we're not all in place at this particular time. I'm General Secretary of Progressive National Baptist Convention, and we would love to see the district named the Progressive National Baptist Convention Incorporated and the National Training School for Women and Girls Historic District. We love Holy Hill. We love the work that we are doing and will continue to do in this community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the last person I have is David Smith, who I believe is representing Deanwood. David Smith. David Smith. Okay. Well, thank you to those who were able to testify.
Chair Heath,
Yes.
this is Juliana speaking. I do see someone named David with an acronym that looks like David Smith's organization. So
Okay.
if I will
You try.
unmute.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. I'm here. Thank you for
Good
unmuting.
morning. Good morning. You can proceed with your testimony.
If you could give me one moment, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, good morning. My name is David Smith. I am the executive director of the Pearl Coalition, a nonprofit organization started by the late great Lloyd D. Smith to rebuild the historic 1848 Pearl schooner, which escaped on the Anacostia and Potomac River. I'm also the current CEO of Deanwood Community Development Corporation, which is an organization that was formed from multiple community-based organizations, including the Deanwood Citizens Association, specifically to lead development projects in our community from a family-centered perspective, where we retain not only ownership of the land, but that our future generations retain ownership of the collateral multipliers of businesses that would therefore lease those spaces related to the land. And I wanted to make that very clear that we started the Deanwood Community Development Corporation in 2015 with the express goal of owning land to ensure that we could then lease the businesses to our children for future generations. I stress that because often I hear these conversations as if the community doesn't know what we need and what we want. Often we're drowned out politically by those that are institutionally prowess or interwoven with politics and development and dark money. So community voices are often portrayed as wards of state, as if we need representation related to what we want and need, as if we don't know what's best for us. So we've taken a very active role for hundreds of years, not just the last 100, but for hundreds of years, the indigenous populations of this community, which my family for the last 5 generations have been a part of, have fought to just be free. We just want the opportunity to tell our own stories, want the opportunity to educate our own children. We want the opportunities to engage in business and social commerce with our aligning communities in a safe and prosperous way. These are ideals that are not my own, but the ideals that Nannie Helen Burroughs herself represents. My parents and grandparents served in various roles. My great-grandmother was friends with Nannie Helen Burroughs. My grandfather was mentored across the street from Nannie Helen Burroughs School because my great-grandmother's house and my great-grandmother's grandfather's house was the only house on that hill. By the way, Holy Hill, I had to constantly keep saying Holy Hill because that history had been lost unless people like myself was engaged. That conversation wasn't happening. So my great-grandmother lived on Holy Hill. H.D. Woodson lived on Holy Hill. That was a very family niche community intent on creating future generational wealth. The school was started with the intent of making sure that the people in the contract could get direct, the people in the community, specifically these girls who were shut out during a very chauvinist time, very political time where narratives were controlling economy. And so Nannie Helen Burroughs and the rest of the community who were very much business owners, so thank God, because if they were dependent on outside entities for income, we would be in the position that we're in today. So they created the school at that time based on my great-grandmother's stories and my grandfather's stories to make sure we were getting the contracts directly from the DC government, which we were, which is how we built an amazing business corridor and sustained an amusement park. The federal government came through with a highway and destroyed our business corridor. The Strand Theater was shut down and it's been held for over 40 years by the Department of Planning and the district government, just like they've done nationally around the nation to close down all historic Black sites where we had arts and culture. So we've lost so much as a community by outside institutional invasion, rebranding our narrative, telling the story in a way that brings economic opportunity to those who do not live here. So I had a lot more that I wrote, and I went off on a tangent because I think spiritually I'm here to share my heart with the board. Now, my concern with this project with Nanny Helen Burroughs is we have a community benefits agreement that was very explicit, 15 pages worth, 9 pages finally signed worth of detailed expectations of what we expected if you were going to take the people out of Lincoln Heights. And just quickly, Lincoln Heights was built at a time when the community was adamantly against it, specifically because my great grandparents and grandfather, who started Marshall Heights Community Development Corporation, the Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth, came right over here to this community to visit my grandfather at Marshall Heights, here in to see the model that he created, which he learned from Nanny Helen Burroughs, quite frankly, that culture of how you create home ownership and business ownership. That's why we got a visit from Queen Elizabeth. So to see Lincoln Heights being built on top of that hill without amenities, without jobs, without contracts, without skilled training, construction trades, IT trades, was a travesty, and the community fought against it the whole time. Then the community fought to make sure they got the resources and education. Now Lincoln Heights is being closed, and now they're moving in concentration poverty surrounding the school. So the question has to be asked, who are we preserving this history for? If the people who live there are living in squalor, in concentrated poverty, with no amenities, it's almost a mockery to her name. It's like they're doing it on purpose. You're piling poverty right around the campus and on Holy Hill. And now you want to get a historic designation, which potentially could stifle our ability to maximize the tourism opportunities, the small business opportunities, the connections to the trail and the Anacostia River, Woodlawn Cemetery, where all our great leaders are buried, is right up the street. I ran these Black History tours independently for 15 years as the Pearl Coalition, while trying to build a historic schooner, begging the Progressive National Baptist Convention to use their space. And to their credit, we were able, working with Reverend Jones at the chapel from 2011 to 2015, to do almost 20 Black History tours where I would raise money independently of all the organizations and government agencies here with no help from all these institutions, to do tours with kids in school because no one even knew that the museum still was there. So now people like myself and about 30 or 40 other people in the community who voluntarily did this work for 30 years, 40 years, 100 years, now have not been a part of the conversation around the economic opportunities related to the development, nor have we been engaged in a way that is efficient to be able to really plan how we can maximize this opportunity to not only preserve the history, but to address some of the historic, deliberate economic tactics that were used to destabilize that business corridor. The Strand Theater is still closed. We have absolutely no parking. There are 2 new 100% affordable housing projects going up with over 1,000 families potentially moving close to the site with no grocery store. So we're going to have major problems. So we need to envision not what we need to do today in a knee-jerk, rushed, we know why we're here situation in the name of Nanny Helen, allegedly, but what is the long-term plan? Now, we'll say that we do have a community benefits agreement that detail what we believe was the best model in order to not only honor our ancestors, but to sustain the economic opportunity of the people who live here at an 80-20 clip, as opposed to the current DC model where 99% of every dollar leaves our community. It could be a Black face, an Italian face, it could be a immigrant face, it could be an LGBTQ face, a woman face, it does not matter. If they don't live in our community, that money leaves. But the narratives are keep pushed as if in the name of God, this is going to be helpful for the people who live here. But I say in the name of God, we should do what Christ would do, which is to make sure you live by what you speak and make sure that every opportunity historically, that not only do we preserve it, but we do it in a way, in a methodology, through steps that guarantee the full restoration of that campus without the historic economic stifles that come with historic preservation. As a community, we do not have the resources and income to be able right now to guarantee that we can participate in our own legacy and history because we've been shut out economically of our own history. We do not get the funding. We do not get the grants. We do not get the support. Everything is politicized for the sake of development. And I'm sure this board is aware of that. And I hope you hear me in my heart. I am the president emeritus for the Deanwood Citizens Association. I never ran for position. I was drafted, and so I'm honored to still be emeritus. So I have an ancestral responsibility to speak from my heart. And often that hurts my own personal ability to engage in business because I really want to be a part of this as I put in 10 years of my own money at the expense of my family to do Black History tours on their property. So of course I want the economic opportunities. And of course, when I take these positions, it hurts me often politically. But if I don't do it, my spirit and my soul would be less. My great grandparents would be disgusted with me. So I'm here on their behalf to say, look at this project as something that should happen from a social justice perspective. And the people that are being dumped on that property right now should be thought about on how economically we can make sure in one generation, in 10 years, that they have an opportunity to buy a home and start a business with some skills that Nanny Helen Burroughs would be proud of in a way that raises my property value and sustains our business corridors. This is not just about preserving Nanny Helen Burroughs or arguing about whether somebody's name should be on a plot. It has nothing to do with the values of my community. And I think the conversation needs to come back to how we help the people that were indigenous Americans to this community related to this culture and history, how that's integrated into our history books, and we need to set the record straight. Thank you today for this testimony, and I apologize if I went over.
Thank you for your testimony today. We appreciate you sharing your thoughts. That's the last person that I have registered to speak. I did want to just note for the record that we have letters of support from Deanwood Library, Theme Van Wen, Patricia Stamper, Max Richmond, and Delta Sigma Theta Incorporated. So with that, normally we would turn back to the applicant and owner for any response to the testimony or closing that you'd like to make.
I think that the presentation we're doing is fairly comprehensive, so I don't think we have anything further to add, except again for your consideration for the inclusion of the Progressive National Baptist Convention as part of the name, for their inclusion as the significance as part of the site.
Okay, thank you. I neglected to ask if any board members had questions for anyone who testified. Were there questions for any of the witnesses?
Chair Heath, this is Gretchen Failer. I did have a question of the last speaker. I was listening as carefully as I could to understand his viewpoint, but I wondered if he was in support of the nomination or if there were particular aspects of nomination of a historic district that he was concerned about relative to the use and the function. It sounds like he knows quite a bit of detail already about the history and has no qualms about the significance of the site and the activities and Nanny Helen's Borough, of course, and even gave some of the tours, but I just wanted to clarify that if you wouldn't mind.
Thank you for your question. I have a tendency to become passionate and I kind of get lost. So thank you for pulling me back to surface. I'm absolutely in support of it. However, but let me be very clear about what that support means. That support means that I think that there's too many questions for me to be comfortable with saying that, I think we know how historically significant this is. But what would be important to Nanny Helen Burroughs is that her children and her legacy and the people who were around her were the people that were running all the businesses, that owned all the land, that they were thriving. And see, that one fundamental question has not been answered. So it concerns me that we have a lot of national groups interested in telling my grandmother's story. She volunteered to help raise money for that school, my great grandmother. So, what about her? What about her children? What about my children? What about the community? So that has not been addressed. And so I'm very concerned based on the history of how this project has happened, our relationship with the community. We've had on and off success with working with PNCB related to how we communicate. That could be a lot better about this project. So I'm very concerned that if you give the designation now as is, we won't have a plan. And that plan will be developed not by the community in a way that guarantees our full participation. And the history may get lost in the shuffle of national institutional groups more interested in branding and business, which means, again, our children won't benefit because we won't be running those businesses and we won't be telling those stories. At the current design, That is what it is. We don't have ownership of our own story. So we're here talking about historic preservation of my great grandmother's best friend type thing. And my great grandmother's, no one involved with Nanny Helen Burroughs' family or my family or any of those families have a direct benefit from it. And that is a concern based on what I've seen around DC 20 years.
Thank you very much. That was very helpful and answered my question exactly. I appreciate it. And thank you for your time to testify today.
I will say in response to that comment that certainly, you know, as a designated property, the community engagement process is heightened. There's much more attention that this board pays to making sure that any future development or modifications to a designated site involves community participation. And so I think there is some benefit from that perspective to designating and having understood your the issues that you've brought to the board today and to the applicant and owner. I think, you know, we're all much more aware and can help encourage that kind of participation, meaningful engagement and participation in shaping the future here. So with that, I think we are ready to deliberate. So if board members could turn on their cameras. I will start by saying, you know, this is a really highly important site that deserves designation. We've heard a lot about this over the past almost 2 hours this morning, but I was convinced, having reviewed the application, that this site was worthy of designation. Everything I've heard today further supports that. I would certainly want to just echo the concerns that we heard from the last witness who testified, that those can be addressed as this designation moves forward and as plans for the site move forward, that the applicant and owner consult with the community closely to make sure that this is, anything that happens here is of direct benefit to the community that's been here and whose families have been a part of this community since its inception. So, but I fully support the designation.
Madam Chair, this is Board Member Beatty. I have a question. I agree with you and thank you for your sentiments. My thoughts are the same about the last speaker. I just wanted to go on record and say, as a Black woman, I'm honored to be a part of this significant designation, the knowledge of which not only enriches the District of Columbia's history, but our national history. So I did want to say that, but my question is with regards to the name. I'm just curious, and maybe I'm the only one that missed it, why we're not including the Nanny Helen Burroughs school name in the designation as well.
That's a great question.
And it's probably for the Office of Planning or perhaps Traceries. I mean, we've captured the other two, and it seems to me that the Progressive National Baptist.
We're getting feedback from somebody. It may be you, Amania.
Yeah, I had hop on to go ahead and just kind of walk through the naming conversation, and just for the board's clarification, there's two separate issues. There's a technical issue with the National Register and naming, and then there's kind of a, not necessarily superficial, but more flexible kind of naming conversation that we can have with the DC inventory. So for the nomination of register, the name for the campus is required to best reflect the historic significance in that period. Mm-hmm. And so we came, well, not came up, but we looked at the period of significance. We recognized that the name was the National Trade School for Professional Women and Girls for 33 years. And that during that period of significance was the longest period that that name was used. And so that's why the National Trade School of Professional Women and Girls, we support as the historic name. That's one point. For the National Register, when we submit, we have to submit, and if Steve, if you just go back a couple to just show what the requirements are, you require one name, the historic name, and then under that you say there's a portion where it's other historic names, and so we would list the 3 historic names that it was known as, including Nannie Helen Burroughs School, including Progressive Baptist Convention, and also including the trade school. So we in that nomination that we send off it including the historic name and then the other names that are associated with the site. For the DC inventory, we can name the historic district per the board support. The Nannie or the National Trade School, National and Professional Women's School, and then parentheses PNC Historic District, just so that we could fit on the line. But that doesn't mean, and we can still kind of work with Progressive Baptists to ensure they're comfortable with that. But I think that allows for their name to be on the historic district for the DC nomination. And then it also validates the National Register nomination that we have to submit as HPO so that it can get accepted into their register. So that's kind of just where the naming is. We're not saying that it can't be named that, or if it is, that we're against it. There's just a process technically of how the naming works.
Yeah, I'm not sure I followed all that, Martinique. To me, I thought I heard you say, Tanya, that the Nannie Helen Burroughs School, that formal name is included in one of the registers. I thought I heard you say that.
In the National Register, but not the DC.
That what you said?
Correct.
Okay.
In the National Register, we can put it under other names.
Just one second. So are you saying it is already there, or we can do it?
It's already there on the nomination that the applicant submitted. That I have here, it says the historic name is National Training School for Women and Girls, and then it lists the other names as required, when the other names are those that we mentioned.
Those that we mentioned being the Nannie Helen Burroughs School.
Including Nannie Helen Burroughs School, Progressive Baptist Convention Incorporated, and National Trade School for Professional School for Women and Girls.
Okay, so then what we're missing on this page that we're looking at right now, where it says other names, it doesn't include the Nannie Helen Burroughs School, which you're saying is already there.
Right. I'm just showing you the blank document. I didn't show you what they submitted. I just wanted you to show that there's a line for adding that to there. So it's and the applicant is concerned that officially their name will not be on any official documents if we hold it as just the National Training School for Women and Girls. And what we're trying to, what HPO is trying to express is that we are officially listing Progressive Baptist National Convention as a name that is associated with the site.
So Amani, I'm sorry.
I'm not.
Yeah, maybe I'll ask a question in a different way. Maybe it will help, and let me know if this doesn't help. But so I'm confused because the nomination we have in the folder lists the property name as the Progressive National Baptist Convention and National Training for Girls, Women and Girls Historic District on page 1, and then page 2 it says the name of the property is the same.
the Progressive National Baptist Convention and National Training School for Women and Girls Historic District. Other names include the National Trade for Professional School for Women and Girls, the Nanny Helen Burroughs School, the Progressive National Baptist Convention, Inc. And so if the nomination goes in, it will be known as both the Progressive National Baptist Convention and National Training School for Women and Girls Historic District. But Amania, are you saying that HPO disagrees with that and is proposing to just have it be the National Training School for Women and Girls Historic District?
Yeah.
Yes,
We can
okay.
only
And then you're
submit
also
one
proposing,
name.
oh, sorry. Then you're also proposing that Nanny Helen Burroughs is not included in the historic name of the property, but is listed as an other name of the property.
Correct.
And that is on the application that's in our file.
Right, yeah.
I'm sorry. This
What's
is Alyssa Stein for
standard
the record.
what's standard practice? Can anybody from the preservation staff tell us what standard practice on this is?
I don't know if it's a matter of
So,
standard practice, but maybe.
Martinique, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Before we, can I just be clear about what I want,
Mm-hmm.
and then we
Yes.
can continue the conversation since I brought it up. In my opinion, and this is just from what I'm reading, the Nanny Helen Burroughs School, in my opinion, that period of time, if we're talking about the naming of the school is associated with the period of significance, that's just as important. And in my opinion, it actually centralizes her as a figure even more so than the Progressive National Baptist naming. So I would emphasize, and I am imploring us to be clear about answering this question, because to me that name is even more important and more significant than the Progressive National Baptist Convention. So I just want to be clear about what I'm saying.
Sure, and I think, Carissa, maybe rather than phrasing this as a question, this could be a part of the board's recommendation.
Okay.
For the designation, if the board thinks that this should be added to the name.
I just want to know if there is any analogous condition.
Yeah, I think Kim was going to tell us that, Matt. Yeah.
Gretchen, I get to ask questions, so do you. So can I just get the staff to answer the question, please? If there are any analogous conditions that might apply here or inform us on this precedence or standard practice.
Yeah.
Mr. Bell, maybe I could try answering that question. This is David Maloney, head of the Preservation Office. This is a very unusual situation, and the question of naming has obviously been very important to many people. And our position is we would like to satisfy everyone. So I think Board Member Beatty, if you are suggesting that Nanny Helen Burroughs should be part of the name, we are more than happy to do that. I would agree with you, frankly, that it does centralize the significance of her as an individual. And I think we can certainly figure out a naming protocol that includes her in the name as well.
Thank you. It seems glaring that it's left out.
Thanks, Dave.
May I say something?
Sure,
So
go ahead, Outreach.
I agree with Carissa. I mean, that was my initial reaction, was why isn't Nanny Helen Burroughs' name part of this nomination for a historic district? However, there's a school on the site, a DC public school. I believe I'm correct in this. I went to the site yesterday, and I believe it's still open. There was a flag flying and a nice statue of Helen Nanny Burroughs out front. And I believe that DC Public School, which is one of the buildings, I think it's non-contributing on this historic site, is named after her, and that is the Nanny Helen Burroughs School, quote unquote. So I want to be, so if we were to, is that correct, Emmanuel, what I just said?
No. And so
It's not an active public school?
no, it's a charter school. It's a private, and there's.
Okay. Is it an active school, and is it named
It's
Nanny
Monroe
Helen?
School. It's the Monroe School now.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, there was a statue of her out front, and her name was on the sign out
We have
front.
a relationship with Progressive Baptist, and as well as just the Nanny Helen Burroughs contacts, just to kind of
Well, I wasn't quite finished, but that's okay.
on the names.
Yeah.
for the original historic name that when she opened up the school in the newspapers, it is called the National Training School for Women and Girls Women and Girls. That is the name that it originally had, and it was called that for 20 years. There was a National Training School for Girls that was opened in DC that was a reform school. Therefore, Nannie Helen Burroughs changed the name in the 1920s and 30s to the National Trade School for Professional Women and Girls. And that's what it was named up until her death. And then after she died, the school was acquired by the Board of Trustees. And after the period of significance, they changed the name to the Nannie Helen Burroughs School. So the main reason why that name of Nannie Helen Burroughs School isn't necessarily as a prominent name is because it actually was called that after the period of significance. So if we're talking about what the actual historic name of the school during the period of significance, when Nannie Helen Burroughs was principal and living on the site, those were the names that were associated with her. Nannie Helen Burroughs School and the Progressive National Baptist Conventions are both names that were after the period of significance. That does not mean that their name cannot be in the title for anything. They could even, we can have a preservation plan that actually highlights how we can make sure to incorporate these names in the actual preservation plan. However, as far as moving forward and getting this National Register piece moving forward, the National Register requires one name for the historic. We can only pick one name, and then we can add additional names under other sites. And so what Progressive Baptist is asking is that for the one name, they would like it to be Progressive Baptist National Convention Incorporated Historic District. And then other names include all of those. What we're saying is that we are welcome to opening that up in the DC inventory because that allows us with more flexibility to add additional names. As far as submitting this to the National Register, this is how we have to submit it technically. And so that's where we're just kind of bumping against two different things. We're bumping against a technical issue that's just about submitting the application that requires us to have one name. We just can pick one. And then the fact that this site has 4 names associated with it. And so I had hoped that the compromise would be that as far as the National Register, we can list the historic name of the school as it was known during the period of significance. We can add the additional names under other historic names that are associated with the site per the registration form. And then for the DC inventory, we can have the longer name where locally and nationally, it can have the 2 names associated with the historic district.
All right.
Martini, can I just ask one question? I don't want to make this longer than it should be. I just have a question about the period of significance. I wrote down a note. I thought the period of significance was 1909 through 1964. Is that correct?
Correct. So it would be when the school changed from a co-ed to co-ed. Correct.
And actually, Amania, this is Alyssa Stein. I just want to provide additional clarification. Chair Member Beatty, I think I know where you're going with this.
Yes.
So it's in 1964. So the Women's Department of the Progressive National Baptist Convention became involved with the site in 1961 and 1962 when they basically took over the financing for the school. In 1964, the school, as Nannie Helen Burroughs had established it in 1901, ceased existing, and it became a co-ed school, and it also, the vocational education aspect of the school was dropped. At that point, it was renamed as the Nannie Helen Burroughs School. So as part of the justification and rationale for the ending date for the period of significance, it was when the school, as it was devised by Nannie Helen Burroughs, stopped existing, and it morphed and continued to exist later on, but there was no vocational program and it was no longer just for girls and women.
Okay, but it was renamed. Thank you for that, Alyssa. It was renamed in 1961 after she died, right?
1964, it was renamed.
Before,
1964.
when the curriculum no longer existed.
So there's a mistake in the report. That's what I'm missing. Okay, so the rename happened in 1964.
Exactly, and that's why Amania was discussing that it's after the period of significance. And Outerbridge is also correct in that the school was, you see the sign, the Nanny Helen Burroughs School, on the school building, because when it was constructed in 1971 through 1974, that's where the Nanny Helen Burroughs School was put into. But after, financial difficulties, that school was no longer could be in existence, and the building itself was rented out to various charter schools. Now, as Amania said, it does house the Monroe Charter School.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Lisa.
That was very helpful.
So one more question. If the board so choose, it could add Nanny Helen Burroughs' name to before the National Training School. Is that correct?
I mean, like calling it Nanny Helen Burroughs National Training School for Women and Girls.
Correct. I mean, is that an option? I'm not saying that the board wants to do that, but I'm just saying for the National Register of Historic Places registration form, would that work or not?
No, because we need one name.
Well, that one name is just a little longer than the other name.
Right, it's one name.
It would be one name, yeah.
It would be one name, it's just be a little longer.
What you would be saying is that the person that the site is significant for, that person's name is going before the historic title of the school.
Which she founded, correct?
Right.
Right.
Why don't you
And
just
we're
put
saying
after?
right. And
Slash
because
after.
the nomination, that is not how they accept the names. There is a place on the nomination forms where you list the significant people associated with it. It's technical. It's not that I'm saying that it's not important or anything like that. I'm letting you know that the register has to accept the name, and we can only send them one name, the historic name. So we have to agree, the board would have to agree on the one name of all of the four that you see that should go as the historic name, and then all of the other names can go on the next line, which says other historic names for this site.
Yeah, I see David wants to weigh in. Go ahead, David.
Madam Chair, thank you. As Amania says, the issue of what the name is for the National Register is a technical question. That is something that the SHPO determines when we submit the form. Since it's a technical question, I think it would be helpful if you simply advised us, as is your role, on what you think the names should be for the DC designation and the National Register listing. And just leave the technical question of how to fill out the National Register form to us. We will do it taking your advice.
Okay.
David, would it be too vague if we said that we wanted her name included, but we weren't sure if it should precede or follow or be incorporated, but we would leave that to staff to work out how her name might be included or recognized as the creator of that school? Would that be sufficient?
Yeah, absolutely. We could certainly do that. And since there are so many opinions, and this is a very unusual situation, we are happy to work after the board meeting with all the parties to try to work out something that is amenable to everyone.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, David.
Good morning. I'm sorry. This is Board Member Linda Green. I cannot be on camera today, unfortunately, but I think it would be a critical mistake to the history of the District of Columbia not to include her name in some form or fashion. So, Carissa, I really Thank you for bringing that up. And David, I really appreciate if you guys could work that out for us.
Yes. Thank you, Linda. Thank you for being on with us today. Great. So any other comments? If not, then I will make.
Sorry, Chair. The only other thing that I have is, I think there's some mention about paths and materials used for paths, connecting some of the buildings and some of the settings. It says it's in a wooded site, but I think there could be some strengthening of this nomination to talk about the setting and the context of these buildings, in particular because, you know, there's some that's no longer part of the site any longer, that it's important that this context is understood. Doesn't mean, I think, thinking ahead to community uses and changes, I think the better the understanding of what those path materials were and how they connected the buildings, and maybe even some of the siting and relationships of the buildings, why they're oriented the way they are, would be good to include in this, and it would give them the framework in which they could continue to evolve and use the site, and just give it a stronger framework to be more of a contributing feature as the community works with HPO and OP in deciding what they would like this site to be and how they'd like it to work for them.
Okay.
So I have one more small thing, but I think it's important, and that is that since the landscape, which I agree completely with, is one of the criteria of the nomination, I think it's the fifth one, the last one, I wonder if it would be appropriate to include the portion of the landscape that's actually part of the former Nannie Helen Burroughs School, now Monroe School building, the plaza in front, which has an American flag, a handsome statue of Nannie Helen Burroughs as part of the landscape specifically, so that that element, which is part of the evolution of the site in her name, be retained and not be allowed to be removed if that Monroe School building, which is non-contributing, were to be taken down and replaced somehow by something else.
In my staff report, the last line before the integrity conversation, I add that the landscape adds to the significance of the property and should be included in the nomination. So I have included that in a description of what the landscape cottage campus style is and what that would incorporate.
Right, but it doesn't specifically call out for this memorial, you might call it, to Nannie Helen.
The memorial in front of the non-contributing building, correct?
Right. So I would propose that that be included as a landscape. I mean, the landscape's so powerful at this site that one would tend to consider the landscape really just the ground and the plants and the topography, but including the statue of her. And I think there's a plaque associated with it.
And the pathways and the stairs and the orientations of the buildings, I think,
Well,
are
yeah,
part of
yeah,
the landscape
yeah.
as well. Yeah.
Yes, they
So
are.
just
They are.
enhancing what Amania has in her staff report.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, I'm sorry, this is Board Member Beatty again. I do feel very strongly about the naming convention. I just want to ask you a question of appropriateness. I don't want to rely on or to just assume that staff will have it in such a way that would satisfy the board, because quite frankly, what I saw, I couldn't follow. So can we have this come back? Would it come back on consent, or is there a way that we can see it in its final state that would include all of the names, the historic and the others?
If I can answer that, yes, we would be happy to do whatever the board wishes.
Okay. And I'll defer to Martinique. I certainly don't want to be an obstructionist, but I feel very strongly about it, and I would want to see the result of this conversation.
And I can assure you now that we will include the name Nannie Helen Burroughs in the title.
Okay.
Sure, so we can have this come back on consent, so we can have a chance to see it.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments from board members? All right, then I will make a motion that we approve this designation nomination and that the application be amended to include the landscape features mentioned today by board members Failer and Horsey, and that the name be modified to include Nanny Helen Burrows. And that this come back on consent so that board members can have an opportunity to see the modifications to both the name and the area of designation.
Madam Chair, can I add one thing? The last gentleman who testified brought out some additional rich local history that does have national prominence. And I just want to make sure that some of those elements are considered before the application is finalized.
Okay. So we're asking staff to consider some of the historic sites that or some of the sites that he mentioned in his testimony as
Sites and names, yes.
Okay, sites and names, right? Okay. All right, so I'll amend my nomination
Thank you.
to include that.
I have a follow-up question. What's the relationship of the actual name of the historic district? I guess this is for David or Manya, to the name that's listed on the National Register of Historic Places. They need not be the same. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, that is correct. And there are a fair number of instances where there are differences. In this case, since there already is a National Historic Landmark designation of the school, but we cannot change that name. That name is conferred by the Secretary of the Interior, so that name remains unless they change it. But yes, we often do use the opportunity to select our own names and to refine, if you will, our own names in our inventory as a vehicle for accommodating sort of these different sort of regulatory systems.
So we haven't, and I think we need to. We haven't really discussed the other aspect of the name, which is the sponsor of the nomination, the Progressive. I'm sorry, I'm not finding it in front of me. Progressive Baptist Association, Progressive Baptist National Convention. That, and I think we should discuss this in some way, so that when it comes back on consent, whether the name's there or not, we understand why. And that the activity that's associated with the Progressive Baptist National Convention, as I understand it, occurred, which Nanny Helen Burrows was part of, and formatively so. But the association with this site of that group, did it occur after the period of significance? And after she died, or I'm not quite clear on that.
So this is Alyssa Stein again for the record. So they became involved with the campus in 1961 and 1962 when they, after their formation and really after the formation of the Women's Department of the Progressive National Baptist Convention, took over essentially the funding for the school. They took over funding and bettering, and it was one of their core central missions to keep Nanny Helen Burrows' legacy alive. So given that Progressive National Baptist Convention was not established as a convention itself until 1961, it is definitely at the tail end of the period of significance, but their involvement did predate the end date of that period of significance.
Got it. And they obviously brought this nomination to us, so that's important as well. And their headquarters are still on the site. Is that right?
Headquarters are still on the site, and they took full ownership of the site in the late 70s. So even though they were involved before they were owners, but it is their site. They are they still remain on the site. Their headquarters remain on the site. And they are the ones who, again, operate the museum for the Nanny Helen Burrows artifacts, which I do believe actually is within the Nanny Helen Burrows School titled building, the non-contributing structure.
Right, and the nomination called for their name to come first in the naming of the site. So I would propose for consideration by that if their name is the name, that there needs to be first of all, there needs to be a plaque right next to the Lincoln Arch that explains all this, because it's such a rich history and it's complicated to capture all that in a name of any kind. But that Nannie Helen Burroughs and the trade school names be first and second in whatever order the staff considers appropriate, and that the Progressive Baptist National Convention name, should it be included as well, be third after those two. Thank you.
I think that's a good recommendation.
I would agree with that, Outerbridge. I completely agree with that. That if it's there, it should be last.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
May I make a suggestion, Madam Chair?
Sure, David.
Having 3 names in a title is an extremely long title, and please give us a little bit of wiggle room to do what the board wants.
Well, so then I would say that the name of the Progressive National, and I realize this isn't going to be popular, that the plaque, that we have somehow ensure that a plaque is installed there, and that their name be included there if it can't be included in the name of the site.
Let me almost also say that, and as a matter of fact, I'm working right now, I'm multitasking on working on our inventory document that we are preparing, the 60th anniversary inventory document. The question of naming is a difficult one, and the question of public communication is also an important factor in naming. And we strive to be both historically accurate and concise in naming. And also, we try to make sure that names convey something clearly and simply to the public. So there are many cases where, and the information that we convey to the public is both, it's in a document where designated properties are titled, and then there is immediately a description of the property. So the properties that have changed names over time, it is often important to separate out what can go into the narrative description and what needs to go in the title. I think I got a clear sense from the board that you want Nannie Helen Burroughs in the title. Clearly, the Progressive National Baptist Convention wants to be in the title. Those two, I think, are probably the most important things to be in the title. The National Training School names, and which changed over time, can be described, and that history of name changes to the property can be described in the accompanying narrative. So I would recommend that, as I said, the two most important names to be in the title are Nannie Helen Burroughs and PNBC.
And that is for the name of the actual name of the historic district?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, don't kill me. I actually don't agree with that, because it was never named Progressive National Baptist Convention. That was never the name. That's just an organization, right? Unless I'm not grasping this correctly. The PNBC, for the sake of me not getting tongue-tied, the PNBC is an organization that currently owns the property, and they put forth the application. But that was never the name of the school nor the property. They're basically an owner. It would be like me putting forth an application for designation and saying I want it to be called the Carissa. Am I wrong?
May
I respond to that?
Sure.
Please.
Yeah, I think it is important to understand that that names can be done in two ways. One is an accurate technical name of the building. Mm-hmm. That is what the National Register is interested in, making sure that we know the accurate original name of the building, the technical name of the building or property. Historic district names and names of designated buildings also can be common names. So for example, the old post office, which everyone knows as the old post office, was never called formally the old post office. It is a name because it is the common name that people use. The Nannie Helen Burroughs School name is in some senses a common name because that is what people are familiarly calling it. I think the board can certainly give your opinion about whether or not you think PNBC should be in the title, but having its name in the title of a historic district does not necessarily mean that we are saying the historic district was ever named for PNBC. It is simply an acknowledgement of the historical role that they believe is important to the story. And I think you as board members should certainly judge that. And I think you should express your opinion about whether or not you think the historic district name, which is does not have to be a sort of quote unquote accurate name, should include that or not. Because we obviously want to reflect your viewpoint.
Well, it's not included in the criterion, is it? The association, the convention? I'm just looking through the criterion now, but.
It's in the amended portion. That's what Alyssa was kind of describing to you guys, what is how they are including Progressive Baptist Convention Incorporated into the criterion.
Right, but you all submit the final application, so you will decide whether it's in there or not. So are you saying that it's going to be in there or not?
What I said was is that as far as what they requested, which is to add additional information to the nomination application that signifies that addresses the significance of PNC to the site, as well as incorporating the name and the other names on the registration form is an appropriate amendment, as well as ensuring that their name is on the DC inventory form, which we can do as well.
Right. Well, I would support that. The problem I have with what David said, and I hope we don't get demerits for disagreeing with the State Historic Preservation Office, but is that there's no description of the site. You know, it's not, and maybe that's not important, but I think I sort of go back to what I thought we agreed on earlier, that the two most important names are Nannie Helen Burroughs and the trade name of the school. So, which does describe the site, and the site's important. And you look up at this hill and look at the arch, and so I don't know. That's for the historic district. That's where I come out.
And I think if the board wants to take a position on whether or not the Progressive National Baptist Convention should be in the title or not, that is your prerogative. Our proposal to you is as Amani said, to include both, recognition of both, but yes, we want to hear your opinion.
Well, you've heard lots of opinions on this. I think the board has been clear that the Nannie Helen Burroughs and the National Training School for Women and Girls are the two most significant titles we feel for this site. But we will let the staff bring back what they think is the appropriate title for the historic district and for the nomination. And the board will see it, I think, on consent, given that there's overwhelming support for this generally, and it's just a few technicalities that we're trying to work out. All right, so I made a motion. It's been amended. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. I don't want to ask for further discussion to keep us moving, but is there further discussion?
Well, I just want to thank the Progressive National Baptist Convention for bringing this to us. I think this was a great contribution to DC history, and I'm happy to be part of it and honored.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you for that, Outerbridge. I 100% agree. Thank you. All right, so then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Thank you. Thank you to everyone, and particularly to the Progressive National Baptist Convention and Trace Reese for your effort on this. The next application we have on our agenda today is in the Anacostia Historic District. So Amania, you're back with us to talk about 2321 Shannon Place again.
Absolutely, we're shifting gears here. So this is a return project in Anacostia Historic District for 2321 Shannon Place. The applicant is returning with revisions to the concept design for a 3-story rear addition on a 2-story contributing home, and the construction of a new 3-story residential property on the lot. When reviewed in September, the board did not take a vote, but expressed its support for the subdivision, the concept for the 2-story rear addition, but expressed concerns about the visibility of the 3rd-story roof addition, and found the idea of a new 3-story building potentially compatible on the condition that the 3rd story be designed with a more subordinate roof form. And so what I'll do then is let the applicant walk you through the changes that they made. Staff recommends that the proposal for the addition retains the integrity of the contributing building and has been revised to reduce the amount of impact on the 3rd story addition on the existing building, and it has set it off of the west, set the 3rd story off of the west elevation. A flag test will be required to confirm their 3rd story visibility, that their third story will have minimum visibility, I'm sorry. And then we also have reviewed the revised concept for the new construction and saw that it followed the board's directions to reduce the height of the building and redesign the 3rd floor. The building is consistent with the neighboring contributing buildings, and we are recommending support of the subdivision, the general concept for the rear addition on the condition that the visibility of the 3rd floor be verified with the flag test, and that the revised concept is supported and delegated to staff. And I'll let Sophia or Rashad walk you through the changes.
Good morning, Chair and Board. This is Symphony Bailey Green, the architect for the project. And as Amania stated, we have worked with her on making some changes based upon the board comments from last month for the project, specifically to the roof structure and type for lots 43, the addition to the contributing building on the 3rd floor, as well as the roof for lot 44, the new construction. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Just as a refresher here, as mentioned, I believe last month, the board was okay with the subdivision. We're looking to subdivide the lines for lots 42, 43, and 44 so that we have buildable lots for lot 43 and 44. As you can see right now, lot 43, the existing contributing building overlaps onto 42. And so we're looking to shift that lot line through the subdivision so that the contributing building is all on lot 43. Next slide, please. Here, as presented before, we have cellar level for lots 43 and 44. The main entry levels on the 1st floor for the contributing building on lot 43 and the new construction building on lot 44, which is to the east. And then the 2nd floor. Next slide, please. So here, as stated, we made some revisions. You'll notice that the the changes that we've made for the third floor is that we've changed the roof type to a mansard roof structure, and we've also were able to lower the height of the building, and we also for lot 44 added some dormer windows in the plan here. Next slide, please. There we go. So the top left view is just the flat elevation view. As you can see here, we've added the mansard roof, the dormers. And then on the rear of the contributing building, we also made that a mansard roof as well. So that for viewing purposes, it blends it and, not as noticeable or visibly, different than what the neighboring building would be. Next slide, please. And then here are some 3D images of the revised roof structure here. Sorry. You'll see on lot 44 on the top left image of with the mansard roof, the dormer windows. We are keeping the tree in the front on lot 44. It's been determined it is a heritage tree, so we will be keeping that tree as well, just for the board to understand that. And so then the top right image is a little bit more of a straight on view there. And as you can see, the roof height is roughly a half a story above the neighbor to the east. And then again, bottom right image as you're coming down Shannon from the east side, and the view that you will see with the trees and the neighbors. And the bottom left image, we made some revisions based upon staff comments just on the trim and the sizing of the windows on the building on lot 44. And so we're hoping, with these changes that the board will accept the design. And we believe that this roof structure, fits in well with the surrounding neighborhood for both lot 44 and for the addition on lot 43. Thank you.
Thank you. Do board members have any questions? Any questions? Right. We don't have anyone registered to speak on this application today. I can't remember in our last hearing if we talked about ANC participation. Can you share what your experience has been with presenting to the ANC on this?
Sure. The owner has presented this to both the ANC board and at a general meeting, and it was accepted and okayed by the ANC. I don't believe they sent in a letter, but they did approve it at their meeting.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. And if there are no comments or questions from the board, not comments, but questions from the board, we would be ready to deliberate on this. All right. And I'll ask board members. Go ahead, Gretchen.
I don't have any comments. I was just going to make a motion for approval.
Okay, perfect. I'll second. Any further discussion? And all those in favor?
Only to say thank you to the applicants. It's clear that you worked really well with staff and heard exactly what we wanted to do. And I think it's a great solution.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Then thank you for listening and bringing back a really strong solution.
Thank you very much for having us.
Sure.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Our next application is another revised concept. This one is at 1605 to 1607 Good Hope Road, Southeast. Amania, would you like to make your staff report first?
Yes, I will correct you that this is not a revision. It is
Okay.
It's a new project.
Correct. Yes, sorry for that.
No problem. And then the address on here says 2605, and it should be 16. 16, I have 1607, 1607 and 1609. Either way, we'll make those corrections, but I wanted to note that. So I have here for the applicant with plans developed by Tess Warren seeks a concept review for a subdivision to combine lots and for the construction of a 5-story mixed-use building in the Anacostia Historic District. 1607 through 1609, is a vacant parking lot located between 16th Street and Fennell Street. It's bordered by commercial properties on each side with residential properties at the rear behind the public alley. The block context includes a vacant non-contributing laundromat on the corner next door, a 1-story nonprofit building on the opposite side, and a 2 to 3-story residential apartments on the other side across the street. The grade gradually slopes down to the rest. The project calls for combining the 2 properties into a single lot and constructing a 4-story building with a penthouse, the full length of the lot. The face of the building will be set back 2 feet from the front property line to include inset areaways for basement level units, landscaping and fencing along the sidewalk. The residential and retail entrances will be located at the east end and distinguished by awnings over each entrance. The front elevation will be expressed as 4 distinct 3-story facades. Each facade would feature punch windows, inset balconies, detailed cornices, and large openings for either retail or the basement areaways at the ground level. The 4th floor is set back 4 feet from the facade, and the 5th floor is set back 12 feet from the 4th floor. Each setback will contain private roof decks. The mechanical penthouse setback is not noted. The materials include various colors of brick, metal cornice, aluminum clad windows, and metal paneling on the 5th floor. The side elevations propose light courts, and the rear elevation proposes a traditional apartment design with double gang windows and balconies. The rear yard includes parking spaces and loading access from the alley. The breaking down of the mass into several smaller component elements helps to relate the building on a smaller scale to the historic buildings in the historic district. The use of brick for the primary mass on Good Hope Road is consistent with the predominant building materials found in the commercial district of the neighborhood. The punch vertical oriented windows also relate well to the patterns of fenestration seen in the historic district. It is recommended that additional study be given to the 4th and 5th floor setbacks. The floors will be visible from the street, and the setbacks create an awkward break, resulting in complicating the massing that is suggestive of a historic building having visible roof additions added to them. Integrating the 4th floor more convincingly into the mass and character of the underlying 4 sides and setting the 4th floor back on the side should be considered to simplify the roof line and massing. The HPO is seeking guidance on the proposed areaways and the window wells, which are not typical of the commercial area along Good Hope Road. The office recommends the board support general mass and design with the need for additional study of the 5th and 4th floor setback and the primary side areaways to return to the board. So I will hand it over to Tess Warren.
Great, thank you, Amania.
Good morning. My name is Will Tays. I'm a principal with Tays Warren Architects, and I'm here on behalf of our client, Dillon Investments, to present this project. Just one point of clarification, the address is 1605, 1607 Good Hope Road Southeast. And as Amani pointed out, this is the first time that the board's reviewing this project. Next slide. So before we get into the actual project, I thought it was important to illustrate some of the context that Amania had narrated in her report. The project that we're looking at today is the green square, green rectangle on the south side of Good Hope Road. There is a one-story commercial building to the east, which is the UPO Anacostia Service Center. There is a vacant lot to the west that currently has a one-story laundromat. That project is also slated for redevelopment as part of a separate application by a separate design team. To the south of the property are a series of 2- and 3-story row homes. They're considered contributing. To the north on one side is Bread for the City, and the other Keynote 11 here is a series of 2-story mixed-use buildings. Next slide, please. So just to take a step back we are on the east side. We're part of the expanded Anacostia Historic District. Good Hope Road is a primary corridor that goes through the site. There's a high priority bus line, and it's very much part of the commercial core. And so I think part of the discussion today is sort of what is the appropriate treatment for a residential building on a commercial corridor. Next slide, please. The site is currently vacant. It is a parking lot, and you can see the view keynote or photo number 4 here is the view looking at Good Hope down the hill or to the west. And to get a sense of the street section, the number 3 or photo 3 is the rear alley. Next slide, please. And to give you a little bit of context around Keynote 1 is the UPO, the one-story UPO service center to the east. Keynote 6 or photo 6 is the across the street for the 1- and 2-story Bread for the City. And then on Keynote 4, you can get a sense of to the northwest, the 2-story mixed-use structures. And then Keynote 5 is the laundromat, which is again part of a separate project, part of a separate pending application, I believe. Next slide, please. So I wanted to shift gears a little bit and talk about some of the context study that we undertook for this project. Looking specifically at the Anacostia Historic District and the commercial buildings in the district, we embarked on a bit of a research project to understand the context, not necessarily in terms of exactly replicating it, but understanding the basic underlying context, the rhythm and the forms. And so in looking at the predominant typology is a 2-story structure with a show window at the ground floor, a sign band above, and then punched windows that are vertically oriented above with a strong cornice line. Next slide. And so the image on the left here is the simplified diagram that indicates or shows that show window configuration with a brick facade, the punch windows, and that detailed cornice line. Those modules tended to be about 30 to 36 feet wide. And so as we move to the right here in this image, the module that we were starting to develop here was thinking about replicating that 36-foot dimension, and then really taking the second story piece and making it a 3rd story, extending that cornice up and replicating the punch window openings to come up with this, what we call our proposed building element. Next slide, please. And then taking that diagram, breaking down the 144-foot length of frontage that we have and breaking that into that approximately 36-foot bay so that we had a series of sort of 4 distinct facade pieces. Each one of those harken back to this module that we had developed in part of our context analysis. We are proposing a 4th story. We're currently showing that setback. We had some early versions that didn't have it set back, and that I think I'm very interested in hearing what the board has to say in their guidance and recommendation. And we are also proposing that penthouse setback at the top level. Next slide. So looking at the proposed building today, you're seeing those 4 bays. On the left-hand side is the residential entry. We are, in part of the discussions with the ANC, has been to introduce more retail to the ground floor of the building. So we are proposing 2 bays that could be consolidated into a single bay of retail adjacent to that residential entry on the left side or the east side, the higher portion of the site. And then as you move down Good Hope Road to the west, the building starts to come out of grade. And so this is where we've got some of the areaways, which is another area that I think we've been working with and been very interested in what the board's thoughts are. Our original application had a more, I guess, a monolithic read for that 4-story across the top. And so what we've gone back in the resubmission here is starting to draw some inspiration about where we have that 4th floor setback and adopting this pattern that relates a little bit more closely to what's happening below. Next slide. So as we moving around to the rear of this would be the facade facing the neighbors. Some of them may be available to speak today, but I think generally they're in favor of the project. We've been talking to them as well as the ANC. Here we're proposing to use brick with a more contemporary window expression, looking at doing some applied balconies to provide some outdoor space, and you can get a sense of the fenestration pattern at the rear facade as well as the mechanical screen above. Next slide, please. So just pulling back a little bit and understanding, you know, to the left or to the east, the UPO facility, and that it's a smaller scale, non-contributing structure. You know, we understand that we really will be bookending both the historic district as well as really the commercial district of Good Hope Road. On what we're showing for 1603 is not what's proposed. It's just sort of an idea. It's an illustration as to what might be there in the future. And then as you go down the hill, 1537 starts to pick up some of the 2-story more kind of traditional commercial mixed-use buildings that are within the historic district. Next slide. So also wanted to look at the street section here. And so this is a section through the lobby. We're trying to give ourselves enough space for the retail spaces to work. They generally want a reasonably high ceiling height and bearing some utilities below ground, but entering off the sidewalk here. And then I think this is a good illustration of where we're proposing to set that 4th floor back to minimize the scale of this on the street. And so the idea of pulling that 4th floor back was to help moderate the scale of what is very much a large, you know, what will be a large building addition to the Good Hope corridor. And then we're also showing that 12.5 foot setback from the edge of the parapet back to the zoning penthouse. Next slide. We also wanted to illustrate starting to think about the relationship of the sidewalk to the areaways. So we are proposing a few cellar level units at the ground or the cellar level and providing some natural light in the form of a window well. Currently, those window wells are sort of almost the full width of the unit or almost, you know, close to that 35, 34 foot of the 36 foot module. And again, you're seeing we have some inset balconies on the 2nd and 3rd floor to provide a little bit of outdoor space. I think we had some early visions of applied balconies on the north facade along Good Hope, and I think the consensus was both from the community and the Historic Anacostia Preservation Society that really wasn't part of the language. And so the intent is still to provide some outdoor space for those units, but doing it in such a way that doesn't rely on that applied balcony. Next slide. So this just illustrates the current site plan, again, with the UPO facility to the right or to the east and the laundromat to the west. Next slide. So this is our proposed site plan. As Amani pointed out, we're pulling the building back to give us a little bit more breathing room along from the back of the sidewalk to the building, that 2'8" dimension. We are proposing to surface park this at the rear using the minimum zoning standards, which I think was something that was viewed upon favorably by the neighbors and not having an alley that would be serving a large parking garage. And then introducing a courtyard condition at the rear, and then a light court condition at the east and west facades to increase the degree of natural light. Next slide. So these are several images that we developed. As you approach the building from the east coming down Good Hope, we understand that you know, the UPO facility is probably going to be there for quite some time. And that there's an opportunity for a mural, particularly on this blind wall condition. I think one of the HPO or one of the staff reports was talking about the setback of that 5th floor. And I'd be interested to see what the board's perspective is on that. Next slide, please. And then this is the view at the building entrance showing the lobby here and the 2 retail bays. And then as you go down the hill, you're starting to get a sense of the landscape area in front of those window wells. Next slide. And then this is as you're standing at the opposite end here. So we've ghosted in what we assume would be the zoning envelope for a building at the laundromat site. But you can get a sense a little bit more of the areaway condition, also those inset balconies, that cornice line detailing, and how the relationship of that fourth floor to the cornice line. Next slide. And then finally, I just wanted to provide a view of the rear facades along that alleyway where we have the surface parking, those more contemporary read of the window using brick material on the south facades and partially the courtyard facades, and then the applied balconies. So with that, I just wanted to touch on two other points, and maybe if we could just back up to go to slide 17, if possible. We have met with a number of folks in advance of this hearing. We've met with HAPS several times to go over some initial concepts and reacted to some of their concerns. We've also met with A&Z's executive committee and their full committee. I don't think they took a vote at the meeting earlier in October, but we have some additional meetings set up for them in the future. And then we've also had meetings with the neighbors who are most impacted directly to the south, who generally are supportive of the application. And so I think really what the conversation that we're hoping to have today with the board is really getting feedback on the setbacks, whether or not it's appropriate to set that fourth floor back. Some of our original schemes actually showed a 4-story building. There was the 3 stories over a lower level, albeit represented a different way. And I think we'd be happy to go back and take a look at that and kind of understand what that would mean. The areaways is a really good question, and sort of how do you treat a mostly residential building? I mean, it is mixed use, I guess, technically, but the bulk of the project is residential. And then also, I think just making sure we're clear on the mechanical stream in terms of our review of the staff comments. So with that, I'd turn it over to questions from the board or.
Okay, thank you. Board members have questions?
Yeah, I have one question. Are there buildings on Good Hope Road that face Good Hope Road that approximate this height, the height you're proposing? Is there any analogous condition there?
There is a new building. I believe the board heard this in the last 6 to 12 months, a couple blocks down. But in terms of existing,
towards the metro station?
Correct. Yes. And then there is a building on the corner. I thought we had. If you go back to slide 6 on the context study, there's an image of a completed project. So on the 3rd row down, there are 2 images there of a tan brick with, you can see the mass beyond. And the name of that project escapes me right now, but that is what appears to be sort of a 3-story building.
3 stories, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually had a similar question. I appreciate your context study that we see on the upper right. I think is very constructive, and I think your elevations are very nice as a result of that. I was going to ask about the 5th-story building that you proposing, and then also that you sort of, well, you might say gratuitously included in your proposed future development cartoons to the either side. The building that you referred to, as I recall, was proposed as 5 stories, but ended up getting approved by this board. And anybody correct me if I'm wrong, Steve or Linda, I think you were there, and Maurique and everybody else, it was approved as 4 stories. So I don't know of any 5-story buildings, and then the other one, the one that we had more recently, also on Good Hope Road, I don't think was 5 stories. The one with the elegant sort of Art Deco single-story facade, the Arts League or whatever it's called. Anyway, so I had the same question as Matt. In your study of context, did you find any 5-story buildings of any kind, setback or otherwise?
There are not any currently.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Either Steve or Amanya, can you provide some context for the board about increased density, just the staff's thoughts about increased density along the commercial corridor of Good Hope Road and MLK? in this historic district?
Yeah, this is Steve. And first, just to confirm Outerbridge's memory about 1337 Good Hope Road, that was initially proposed as a 5-story building, but was ultimately approved by the board when it was reduced down to 4 stories. Like that project, this is a new construction project on a vacant site. When the board considered the expansion of the historic district last year, of the Anacostia Historic District, it pulled in a fair amount of property along Good Hope Road that was vacant, as this was. And it was our understanding that the applicants, I believe one of the applicants testified about this, was that the purpose of bringing that area in was that the community wanted design review over it to ensure design excellence and general appropriateness, but that they understood what the zoning allowed, which was for 5-story buildings, and that it was not their intent at the time to use it as an opportunity to decrease the allowable heights. That is the Office of Planning's position as well, is that with good design, 5-story buildings can be introduced in this portion of the historic district in a compatible way, as long as it's deferential to any historic buildings that are on the site or adjacent to the site. So that's our position, but we certainly respect the board's determination about what you all believe to be the appropriate height.
Steve, is that what's reflected in the comprehensive plan too?
Yes, and in fact, the recent comprehensive plan update, the future land use map, allows for even additional height above 5 stories on portions of Good Hope Road. So we haven't seen any proposals that are seeking that, but the project that the applicants refer to that's just to the right, 1600 Good Hope Road, they have been in discussions with the Office of Planning about a possible map amendment, map change to that site to achieve even higher heights than the 5 stories. Our advice to them has been to wait and see how this project unfolds and how the board responds to it before embarking on that.
Okay. Very helpful. Thanks, Steve. And I assume because you didn't say it was, that the section of Good Hope Road that is proposed to be taller than 5 stories is not where this site is located. Is that correct?
Actually, if we can go to the, I think it may just be helpful to understand slide 11, that kind of overall context elevation. So our understanding of that, the comprehensive plan piece, is that both 1603 and 1605 Good Hope were targeted for, medium density, really an upzoning. And I think the applicant or the owner of 1603 has been in those conversations to go, to increase the zoning there. And I think that there are some folks in the community who are for that. I think some folks are against it. But the comprehensive plan piece would encompass both of these properties, and I think perhaps the UPO site as well.
Thanks, Will. That's helpful.
Other questions from board members?
Yeah, I have one question. Is the core, the elevator core is, could you go to, I think it's slide 15. The elevator core is where you're labeling the mechanical penthouse. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, and I think we have a plan on slide 22, 23, 24. That kind of shows where that core is located.
All right. Okay, that's helpful. And the previous versions, there was a monolithic treatment at the top. But in this version, there's a monolithic treatment only at the 5th floor in terms of color. seems like. Is that correct?
Correct, and material. I think the original submission had more of a monolithic read to the fourth floor piece, and in conversations with the HP staff, they asked us to take a look at studying whether or not it introduce some of that variation that you see at the first 3 stories, whether it made sense to look at it on the 4th story. So that's what we've submitted here today.
And I apologize if you said this, but the actual height straight from grade is approximately how much? Straight up from grade?
To the 3rd floor or the 4th floor?
Yeah, to the 3rd floor.
The 3rd floor is
the top of the cornice.
Yeah, I mean, let's call it about 35, 38 feet.
Okay. And to the top of the 4th floor would be what?
50 feet to the parapet.
50 feet to the parapet of the 4th floor.
Yeah, I mean, we're actually, I would say the cornice is more, if our, yeah, we're about 35 feet to the 4th floor. To the top of the cornice, it's probably 38, and then it's another 49 feet to the parapet of the
38 to the 3rd floor cornice top.
Yeah.
Okay. And those are, that's an occupiable balcony outside there on the 4th floor.
Correct, yeah, and I think part of the intent here is to keep them relatively shallow so that it provided an opportunity for residents to get outside, but it wasn't necessarily conducive to a large gathering for each of those units.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions?
This is Board Member Linda Green. You said that you've had conversations with HAPS and the neighbors directly behind the building, the homeowners.
Correct.
How have they gone?
So I think that HAPS, to characterize those discussions, they're just concerned about really the overall scale of the project, whether it's 3, 4, 5 stories, 6 stories even. I think some of our initial design revisions were based on some of the meetings that we've had with them. So I think we're still sort of in an active dialogue with HAPS on what they would support or not support. The neighbors to the south feel very strongly, and I don't know if any of them are available to testify or submit letters, but I know that we've met with them independently, and they're very supportive of this. I mean, I should add that this is intended to be a market rate project as opposed to a market rate rental project. And I think that was something that they were very happy to hear in terms of the development potential for the site.
Yeah, I think that the community is really looking for more market rate properties over here. And it's just the 5 stories, but that is on an incline. Anyway, it's not that far from Skyline. Across the street, is that where Bread for the City is located across the street?
Yes, ma'am. So there's the older building. I think this is sort of catty corner to the newer building, and then there's some sort of lower scale contributing structures that are 2-story kind of classic row house vocabulary.
Okay.
But I don't think the Bread for the City site is in the district, in the historic.
Right. That's what I was wondering because it's right across the street. So I was wondering if that was included in the historic district now or not.
I have to double check
This
on
is
our.
Steve.
Well, it
this is
doesn't
Steve.
matter.
It is not in the historic district. That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay. Well, I think the 5 stories is, a bit much for this community. But let's see what the ANC and the neighbors say,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
One more question to the architect. Did you ever show them a solution that was 4 stories straight up from the sidewalk with 1 setback rather than 2? Was that ever put out there?
No, and I think we would welcome the opportunity to, based on this conversation, develop that option and take it back to them. So I think, before we come back to the board, I would imagine that you'd want us to take whatever revisions we have back to the ANC to get their perspective. So I think one of our next steps would be to look at an option that's really a 4-story with a setback penthouse.
Yeah, if it's going to be 5, I would think we'd want to see that. You said that the ANC has not approved this formally? Is that
Correct, yeah. We presented it to them, but they haven't taken any action or proposed any resolutions.
okay? Maybe they're here to speak or something, hopefully. Thank you.
No one's registered to speak on this application.
No,
So we
that's
will not.
unusual. That's very unusual for him.
Yeah, that's very unusual. This is concept today, right?
It is concept, yes.
But if we
This is
don't
their
have
first
the
presentation
ANC,
to us.
but if we don't have the ANC's vote and feedback, I mean, should we just be giving
Or
advice
have.
and have it come back after the ANC reviews it
I
or
think
what?
so, particularly, you know, given the board's direction or the direction that I'm hearing us take with requesting that the applicant come back with a solution that shows a 4-story with a penthouse setback rather than a 3-story with a fourth floor setback and then the penthouse setback further. That would need to go back to the ANC, and I would expect HAPS as well. And hopefully that gives the ANC time to be able to submit a letter.
It'd be nice to hear from some residents as well. So, you know, down at this board approved in certainly many of our memories, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, at the corner of Martin Luther King Avenue and Good Hope Road, a fairly extensive development that incorporated some existing historic buildings that were retained as part of the design. And I think there was a 4th story, but I drove by it yesterday. It looked to be only 3 stories, what you could see. There may have been a 4th story setback. Do you recall, Steve, or anybody, Amania, if there's a
It is a 3-story building. It's a very tall 3-story building,
Yes,
though.
yes, I agree.
Floor-to-floor heights are extremely tall, so it's more the equivalent of a 4-story building,
Right.
but it is 3 stories.
Right, but the fenestration issue is an important one. Anyway, okay, thank you.
Steve, while you're here, just throw one thing out there. I mean, since I've been on the board, there's been quite a few projects in Anacostia that are proposing taller buildings than what's there. And the city is obviously growing in this neck of the woods. You know, and people are finding this is a wonderful neighborhood and a great place to build and develop. And obviously we need housing and affordable housing and things like that. And the zoning is one thing, but we're not certainly here to confirm or deny zoning, but we are here to talk about the impact on the district. This seems to me to be a very unique thing going on right now, where we have something that is a village scale that is becoming more of a town scale. You know, it's sort of moving up from the village of Anacostia to something bigger. Any thoughts about that, Steve? Any guidance you could give us about how to look at that? Because this is something that seems to be recurring in Anacostia in particular.
Yeah, no, I think it's a very astute point, and we've reflected on it a little bit in the office. It's a little different, but it reminds me a little bit of our experience with 14th Street 15, 20 years ago, when 14th Street had some tall 3- and 4-story buildings, some of the big auto showroom buildings, but it was largely pretty small scale, but a lot of vacant land. And the zoning allowed for 75 feet, and there was obviously a lot of desire for the sort of additional residents and additional density to help support the renewal of the commercial area. And the first couple of projects were very painful, frankly, going through the HPRB process, because the board required either slightly less than the full 75 feet or pretty substantial setbacks for the top floor or two to help mitigate the change in scale. But over time, as the buildings went through the review process, and I think most of them turned out pretty well, because of the design review process, the board was able to accommodate and introduce a slightly higher scale of buildings, but one which related pretty well to the small scale historic buildings on the street, as well as the smaller scale buildings that were on the residential cross streets. So we are at a similar point, I think, with the Anacostia Historic District. There is the desire for additional density and height. And we're hoping that the board can, through its design prowess, help us get to good design solutions that are respectful through setbacks and step downs and good facade design, but which does allow for that additional density in a way that that works with the character of the neighborhood.
You know, thank you. One other point maybe to throw out there on this is the difference between a kind of street that it has a continuous wall versus ones where the buildings are separated every now and then. You understand what I'm saying? So you know, when we're in downtown context and in Georgetown, Adamsburg, and things, oftentimes we have streets that have a continuous facade, even though the buildings may be different ownership and different architects and things. They build right up to the property line, and that's the sort of character of the place. Anacostia strikes me as that only happens in fits and starts. You might get a couple of buildings that do that, and then another building that sort of sits separated from them by some dimension. And I don't really know where to go with that comment, other than when I look at the drawing that's on the screen, there's a very, very big conceptual difference, not only in height, but in the way the building approaches the street wall of the property line, you know. Any thoughts about that, Steve? Sorry to put you on the spot here, but your insights are very helpful.
Well, and again, I think it's a very astute comment about the character of Anacostia. Some of the gaps and some of the open spaces are just the result of non-contributing buildings or vacant lots and that sort of thing. But as you see on the far left of the screen, you've got some historic buildings that are detached historic buildings. And so at a certain point, this urban infill of zero lot line, party wall to party wall sort of development probably doesn't make sense, and that as we would move to the left, but then that actually changes a little bit farther down, and you get you know, a block or so where the buildings are again a little bit more of an urban expression. So yeah, I think that will be the challenge for each individual project. I think we thought that here, in this site where it's adjacent to a non-contributing building on the left and another vacant site on the right, that this made a good location for some a little bit more of an urban expression, continuing that sort of urban expression that's in the block further to the right. So we thought that it made sense in this location to take this approach.
Thanks, Steve.
Right. Other questions from board members?
Just a little bit of a reflection back to the comp plan. I guess the reason I asked for it was specifically because of the work that happened on 14th Street. And I think the guidance for the increased density, and that this is not 14th Street. And I know, Steve, you're not saying it is, but the comp plan has very specific guidelines about the increased density and how it's specific to this community. But I think it becomes all the more important to have feedback from the ANC and from HAPS in terms of outreach, because there are multiple things that are not in our purview, and there are many things that are within our purview and how they overlap, and making sure that as development happens, that this doesn't become just another street, but becomes an area of historic Anacostia that has increased density. It needs to be more specific to the place. So I guess that's something that we as a board should consider.
Yeah, that's helpful, Gretchen. I think that's right. Any other questions? Then is the board in agreement that we should not make a decision on this today, given the need for ANC and community input and feedback to the board? understanding that we are in a period in the historic district of increased density and height, in alignment with the comp plan. But I think, to Gretchen's point that she just made, this needs to be done thoughtfully in a way that works with historic Anacostia. And so their participation is really important. So I think the other part of this that would be good to give the applicant guidance on is whether the board would support seeing a 4-story building here, 4 stories in the plane of the front facade, with the 5th floor setback as a penthouse. And if, not saying that we were approving that, but that the board would like to see that if the applicant would like to propose it. We'd be open to seeing that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I have one other, I think that would certainly be worth seeing. I would, when you look at this drawing, I've been sitting here thinking about, if you said 4 stories, which seems like it ought to be compatible, that sometimes you have places that are growing, you do have a mix of 1-story to 4-story buildings. A couple of thoughts here. One is that the double setback, I think, is a little bit odd. I have to say, I find that to be a little bit of a strange strategy. The other thing I wonder too is whether, and this gets to the point of the idea of character of Anacostia versus making it, like other places in the city. It might be useful for the architectural team to go back and look at this question of increment of wall along Good Hope Road. In other words, how long building facades tend to go before they change, because the implication here of this drawing is that, particularly if you look at a future phase there that's kind of ghosted in on the right, that there's going to be this very big long block with continuous wall facades, right? And I'm wondering, is one of the things of Anacostia that would make this, and I don't necessarily have a right answer or know what I believe on this, but it might be worth looking at, is do you do something where you have a wall for a bit and then a small setback along the street and the facade line breaks and one of these pushes back a little bit, might make a little bit of a plaza. And it may, in fact, what you might find if you did that and studied that is perhaps something that is congruent with the kind of unique nature of the variety of things along Good Hope Road and in Anacostia in general. And I'm not necessarily saying that this is a prescription. I'm just offering it up as something that the design team may want to look at and reflect upon a little further.
Sure, I think that's worth study, and I'm sure Will is able to. You've produced some thoughtful studies on the composition of your facade. Maybe thinking about it from that context would also be helpful.
Yeah, I think kind of looking at, really doing going out in scale again and kind of looking at the block faces, both as Good Hope goes down the hill towards MLK, but also then sort of understanding when you make that turn, so what that characteristic is. Because I think we've been having a pretty intense internal discussion about how do you make a building grounded in a community, right? And so I think I'm very encouraged by the board's suggestions about some strategies to think about other ways that it's not just matching a color or material, but there are formal ways and urban expressions of form that can be used to strengthen those connections. So that makes a lot of sense. I appreciate the comment.
So, Steve, I think it, hearkening back to the Connecticut Avenue development discussions that are going on now, the workshops that, all the comments that we've heard today, the comp plan issue, and maybe speaks to, and Linda, please jump in, to really educating the community and making them aware of the things we're talking about and making sure that they embrace it. And, just because the comp plan says it can be, does the community want it to be? And HABs probably is, but who knows, ANC, and maybe they support all this, and that would be helpful to know what if this is what their future holds for this portion, however long it is, going farther east on Good Hope Road. So I don't know if you envision any workshops on that and talking to the community about it, but seems like it would be a good idea.
I can go ahead and jump in on that. I have been speaking with HOPS as well as the ANC about some potential updates to the design guidelines that incorporates this new expansion with the vacant lots so that there's a bit more understanding. I think visually it's better for the community to see exactly what the zoning is asking for and then placing that on top of it and letting them know, okay, this is what is zoning's established. How do you feel about that character? One of the things that we talked about in the office too was that rear elevation provides a nice courtyard. And if you flip this entire elevation around, you have a more inviting elevation, which kind of contributes to the 4-story, allows for the setback of the 5th story, and then also allows for a bit more those areaways and for that pedestrian view to be a little bit more of the focal, which is what's more characteristic of Anacostia. I think the habit, not necessarily or the development to bring things that I think Tess Warren does a good job of, or they're trying to do a good job of bringing the building a little bit further back from the sidewalks to give a little bit more breadth to the pedestrian walkway. But I think really focusing and kind of experiencing the building from the pedestrian, because this is a highly pedestrian area, might be a good way for the community and for the design review to think about how this goes in the future. And so, yeah, I've been working with them on just trying to have more identification and more understanding of the character of new design, as well as not necessarily appropriateness or what people would like, but an understanding of this is what, and I think that as architects and developers and historians, we have a much more longer view of how a building might look, and versus maybe a resident who is seeing the effects of how the construction is going to be on their building. So giving them a longer view perspective has been helpful, I think, in communication. And I think Tess Warren has also been trying to work with the community on just how the development will impact the view and the corridor of what is more or less a more low scale, low density corridor.
You know, one other thing that comes to mind too, just to offer it up, I don't know that Good Hope Road has that many areaways in it that you're showing in the design.
Right.
I think that's something you may want to think about, because it is a little bit disruptive to the streetscape.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up next because we hadn't addressed that yet.
It's a very heavily trafficked and congested area at 16th and Good Hope. But Imania, thank you for all the education you're doing with the ANC leadership. However, that is not being relayed to the community as a whole. The teaching, the education of you know, the historic and the comprehensive plan. That may be something that we can look at as HPO or the board doing some type of community meeting, like on a Saturday, you know, to just for these educational purposes and to get feedback and stuff.
Yes, the Farr Trust is hosting a walking tour of the historic district in November 5th. So I encourage people to come out for that as well. It's a good opportunity for the board and the residents and people who may not be familiar with Anacostia to see what the character is so that we have better context for what's to come.
Thank you. It's my first time hearing about it. So if I'm just hearing about it, the masses of the people in Anacostia are not. So we just need to get that out. That's all I'm saying.
This is public, and I made a statement, so I'm hoping to get more encouragement and spread the word.
So I'm looking at the comp plan plan right now, and there are 2 blocks on the south side of Good Hope Road that are pink, and pink is commercial moderate density. Commercial moderate density. And then there's, it's the same, so it's a kind of a curious little carve out. Do you know about that, Steve? And I assume this project is in those 2 blocks, but I'm not sure. It's between,
I'm not really prepared to, I'm not prepared. So why don't we do this? When we bring the project back, we will provide more information on the comprehensive plan along
That's
Good
great.
Hope Road, the entire corridor, to give you that context. I just can't speak on it off the cuff.
Right.
Sure.
Steve,
That's
Steve,
great,
would you
Steve.
mind, Steve, would you mind adding into that too, like the building at 15th and Good Hope, right across from Ketchum, is an addition, but I don't know the timing of it with the historic district. So maybe up and down along Good Hope, if you could let us know if some of the buildings that have been added to be 4 stories or 5 stories, where they landed in relationship to the establishing of the historic district too. That might be helpful in our conversation too.
Okay, I will,
Yeah, there aren't that many, but
work with
it'd
the
be helpful to
applicants.
understand.
I will
Yeah.
also rely on the applicants to help with that presentation.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments that the board would like to share with the applicant before we conclude for today?
I just want to say thank you for bringing market rate
Yeah.
project to the community and the retail as well. Is very much needed.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you for your presentation today. We look forward to seeing this come back with the revisions we've talked about and after you've continued your discussions with HAPS and the ANC and other members of the community, particularly those surrounding the site.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have one more application before our lunch break, but I'm going to take a quick break and come back at 12:30 with our Mount Pleasant Historic District case. All right, we're ready to resume with our next case in the Mount Pleasant Historic District at 1614 Kelbourne Place. Is staff ready to make your presentation?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. This is Tim Dene. This is a revised concept. The board has seen the project twice previously. The staff report outlines in brief the issues and the extent to which they've been resolved. The issue of demolition, particularly removal of bearing walls and floors, I think remains to be resolved fully in the permit review process, but here we have a commitment to retain the floor framing to the degree possible. As I say, it has to be resolved in permit because it remains to be seen how that is done exactly with the bearing walls being removed. The principal issue, I think, remains the addition. The side porch is to be demolished and replaced by a proposed two-story addition over a void area that would be a parking space. The board has previously recommended that the uppermost story be set back at least 5 feet, if not more, or if not removed in its entirety. The applicant has, in this month's drawings, provided a rendering as to more or less how the last month's approach would look with the top floor set back 5 feet. But in doing so, the applicant has also provided drawings, renderings showing all of the thoughts and all of the concepts that the applicant has been through to get to this point, including ones that the board has not seen. Obviously, an applicant will sometimes discard an approach and sometimes be encouraged to do so by staff. But I think this is helpful to show the thought process that the project has gone through, and it provides an opportunity for the board to take sort of a fresh look at it and say, you know, is there maybe a different approach that would be compatible to serve the program? In our opinion, the last month's proposal to go straight up with the top floor did have some advantage in that I think when you're dealing with kind of a post and beam architecture of porch architecture, that it kind of makes sense to have a very simple unified massing and have the post atop a post. But this is the applicant's opportunity to present to you the various approaches that he's considered and see if you can find any of the third floor additions to be sufficiently compatible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tim. My name is Andy Jaime. Good morning, everybody, Madam Chair and members of the board. I will be replacing the applicant Joe Harris as the presenter for the project this morning. Since I was the design lead for the presentation we're about to see, the principal of the firm believed it best for me to take over and present to you. I actually wanted to thank the board members and staff for their support and their efforts into trying to make this project successful. I know that it has been reviewed a couple of times, so I really appreciate it. It is my understanding there are 4 key questions or points that have come up in the previous 2 presentations and were addressed in the staff by the staff in the report. Number 1 was the roof deck and its visibility from the street. Number 2 was the window configuration and cohesive aesthetic of the windows that will be replacing or being added to the sleeping portion on the house. Then the internal wall, floors, and structural elements and modifications. But most importantly, like Tim was just saying, the restoration of the sleeping porch on the east facade of the original construction. All these issues will be addressed all during the following presentation. But I just wanted to also make sure that it was clear that ANC has seen this and has approved it. So I have a letter of approval right here with me. But with that said, I just wanted to stay in this slide for just a minute and talk about the existing conditions. We thought about how to come back to the board and represent the project in a better way. This time we believe best to create perhaps a narrative to sort of tell the story of the design decisions so that together we might come to a common conclusion. So here we see the existing conditions of the site. You can perceive immediately some of the disrepair of the construction, the exterior fence, and the yard. We can go to the next slide. But really, to begin the conversation, this image really, I think, tells the story of the challenge here. The property practically has no yard. This is an extremely unfavorable condition, especially considering most of the houses within the same neighborhood actually have appropriate front and backyards. So go to the next slide. So the issue, the requirement of the parking, I don't want to go into that, but I just wanted to show a diagram to show how the parking will actually affect the small yard that we already have. So if we go to the next slide, you can see that the resulting usable yard area is just under 170 square feet. And that really triggers the challenge here, how to offer a usable outdoor space while maintaining the historic aspect of the building, right? So the proposal here was to use a hidden spiral stair on the back of the building that connects to an outdoor terrace. Really thinking about it, we really didn't have any other place to actually put it, a shared common outdoor space for both units. So this is our proposal. So if we go to the next slide. So what we did here is we decided to render the actual existing conditions of the site. So the goal, is to bring back the building to its glory days while providing good quality of living for the user. So the reason we did this is to actually serve as a comparative analysis to the next renderings and the next design proposal, so we can actually compare sort of apples to apples. So we go to the next slide. So in-house, as a firm, we decided, to tackle the elusive solution to the problem, to go back to the drawing board, really open up the problem to a firm-wide design competition. So the challenge here was how to add a third floor addition to conceal the spiral stair in the back and add one bath while maintaining the existing construction as much as possible. Of course, we needed to set up some parameters in relation to the building we were operating on. So thinking about complementing the historic elegance and charm of the existing construction, modernize and renovate in terms of safety for the users, and also we'll try to improve the relation to its surroundings by adding something to the neighborhood that they might enjoy. So if you go to the next slide, please. So we began to try out different ideas. In this case, we started off with the idea of contrasting with the existing construction to sort of make the case that we are not trying to mimic the historic quality of the original construction, but complement it. Of course, the board has seen schemes like these in previous presentations, and we know they weren't well received, and that's fine, but this is part of the thought process. But I think they serve the purpose of telling the story of the effort we are doing to, arriving to the correct solution to the problem. So as you can see, the scheme is the sort of, if you will, quote unquote, least respectful of the schemes of the existing construction. And we decided to organize the schemes that way. So if you go from the least respectful to the more respectful. So if you go to the next slide, please. So in this case, we considered a lighter aesthetic with more glass, with the intent of generating this sort of transparent glass box that might help to solve the sleeping porch and highlight the brick construction. In this scheme, we incorporated the board's concept of having a 5-foot setback from the front to really see the mansard turn the corner and express its three-dimensionality, something that in the previous presentations was mentioned as a really important aspect of the morphology of the house, this 3D quality of the mansard turning the corner. So if you go to the next slide. So now we're moving towards a more sort of respectful approach, if you will, to the problem. So the more respectful end of the spectrum, we came up with the concept of actually, continuing the roof line and material expression of the original house. So sort of completing the site. If you would have completed the sleeping porch with the same language as the original house. Of course, this presents some problems because the rendering doesn't really show how this would actually look in real life. This is just sort of a concept of an idea of how can we actually achieve this by moving towards respecting more the historic aspect of it. So if you go to the next slide, and then we actually, as we got to that point, we said, okay, well, why don't we just replicate the existing sleeping porch with a third floor little version of itself? And perhaps this allows for an alternate in which, with a small renovation of the existing porch, we can control the fenestration to make it more consistent with the rest of the building, something staff had mentioned as one of their recommendations. It's worth to mention that the HPO, ANC, and HMP had approved, see the option on the image on the right, the white version. You see that tiny on the bottom right. And that shows without the actual 5-foot setback, that shows that wall. And I think Tim just mentioned that as a, the simplicity of the massing would help. But, we went with the board's recommendation to actually pull it back to see how that would feel. So if you go to the next slide, I think it's important to also, and we understand that we're showing this, without actual context. These are very specific, morphological studies of this particular problem. But also it helps to see, well, how these would feel with the actual, with the rest of the construction. So if you go to the next slide. So now we get to the point where the most respectful scheme, which was the previous one, still tried to replicate the existing sleeping porch, which might not be the most elegant architectural solution to the problem. So we push a little bit more with the concept and actually looking at some DC architecture and find inspiration. So you can see two images there. That's 1515 P Street Northwest and 1300 Canyon Street Northwest. We believe that a scheme like this, in which we renovate, I think we disagree with this, what the staff report said, that we're demolishing. We're not. We're just saying that we're going to renovate it, the existing sleeping porch, and add the third story setback addition with the elegant, thoughtful detailing and fenestration. We could achieve that goal. If you go to the next slide. So could there be a compromise where we resolve the two main issues here, which is the spiral stair to the top and adding one bathroom on the third floor while preserving the historic qualities of the building? Next slide, please. So here, this is just to show the progression of the thought. So going from least respectful to more respectful to trying to arrive to a conclusion, if you will. So this compromise of saying, okay, we can renovate it, but we can renovate it in a way that it's elegant and actually enhances the qualities of the original building. If you go to the next slide, please. So going back to one of the main issues at hand was the extent of modifications that the studio is proposing to do to the existing construction. So the goal, of course, is to preserve as much as possible of the existing building while also modernizing the deteriorated historic construction. If you go to the next slide, please. So here, the board has previously expressed interest in understanding the extent of the modifications proposed to the existing structure. So here, the orange walls are the ones being modified, with the existing stair being repaired and moved as well. So the general spatial distribution of the house, which is this idea of having these bays, will remain. The structural elements are being preserved. Existing floors are being preserved. And one important note here is that termite damage and dry rot will have to be addressed at some point within this wall modification strategy. And this is something I think Tim also mentioned, that we will have to work with staff very thoroughly to be very surgical about that. But it is what we have to do. So if you can go to the last slide, please. We have some construction drawings here, but I don't want to stop on those. We can just go to the end. Yeah, so in this one, this is another important point. We talked about the roof deck. And so here are the mock-up photos that the studio did on site to really understand the visual impact that the roof deck might have on its surroundings. So the roof deck will not be seen from the intersection of Mount Pleasant and Kilbourne Place, and it will not be seen from the opposing intersection of Kilbourne and 17th. If there's any protruding elements such as furnishings that might disrupt the view, once this is mocked up with more detail, the roof deck can be modified. It could shrink a little bit just to meet that requirement. So I believe through this presentation, we touched on all the main points, specifically sleeping porch renovation. So that's it for the presentation that we had prepared for today. And again, I wanted to thank the board for taking the time to, review and assist us in the successful development of the project, and, all the time you have invested in this to make it as successful as possible and just try to make it through. Thank you.
Thank you for your very thorough study and for sharing that with the board. Do board members have any questions? Would you like to go back to the study?
I think slide 14 might be the most helpful. It has sort of the summary of everything. Yeah.
Any questions from board members? Okay.
I've got some comments, but wait, deliberations.
Okay.
But
Then
thank you for
maybe-
the very helpful presentation.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. My pleasure.
When this project came to us previously, we had a letter from the ANC. I believe they had already approved this, but we do have a letter of their continued support for this project. And there's nobody registered to speak on this, so if the board is ready, now would be our opportunity to deliberate.
Okay, well, I'll be happy to jump in. I've been vocal on this before. Can you go to? I actually like scheme 9 the best. Can you go back? I think a couple of slides. Yeah, right there. So what I like about scheme 9 is that the railing, the deck railing, engages the cornice and kind of connects the whole addition to the house by that connecting to the cornice, and also obscures more of the upper story, which I think is helpful. And it increases the proportions of a taller story at the second floor level from the third floor story addition level. I think the addition on the third floor, ideally the roof would be lower than the top of the mansard roof on the main house and be subsidiary, a little more subsidiary. So those are my thoughts. In an effort to try to get a path forward with more rather than less. I mean, I think it would be better to not have the third story, but trying to be proactive.
Yeah, I think this is a more successful third story, if there is to be one, than the scheme 8 proposal for a third story.
Yeah, the problem with the scheme 8 is with the shape of the roof at the top of the building, which is a mansard, right?
Right.
Very difficult to attach something of that geometry to a mansard and have it look natural.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This sets back enough. It looks like it sets back just far enough that that cornice line is undisturbed. As it comes around the corner. Any other comments? Do others agree that 9 is the most successful, or are there other thoughts?
What is the difference again between 10 and 9?
10 doesn't have the, I think, does 10 have the balcony, the railing? I can't see it. It doesn't have the.
Yeah.
No, 10 doesn't have the railing or the deck, but I think that's.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that's an issue that's maybe for a little deeper consideration than merely the relationship to the cornice, because of course then you're changing the fenestration somewhat in order to gain access to this deck, and the deck may have to be as high as well, it's going to have to be at least 36 inches above whatever the deck surface is. So
Or there's no deck. You
That's,
know,
yeah,
I
but
think the
yeah,
massing,
but
I think the massing
right.
of 9 is more successful. I mean, the
Well,
proportion.
I guess the three panels there are designed in a way to receive the return of the architectural cornice, right? In scheme 9. In other words, the difference between 10 and 9 is that without them, the entablature returns and it sort of doesn't really have a relationship to this bay window. To this
Right.
bed.
Right. But that also replaces it acts as your rail at your balcony.
Yeah, so maybe there's no deck and it's just, you know, I don't know what it is, but
It may be worth considering too, though, whether, you know, the height datum is one thing, that it not come higher than the cornice does.
yes.
But I think the relative thickness, the height of those two elements as they meet each other is worth considering as well, whether you want to have a solid that is taller than the cornice, or if that should be minimized, or if it becomes more wall than roof or whatever.
Right, I agree that that railing element, whatever it is, should not go above the cornice, the top of the cornice.
I think I might be in the minority, but I think all of them are sort of awkward as how they connect to the mansard and the relationship with the existing building with that third floor. I'm comfortable with the schemes as they relate on the second floor or and add there, but I think the third floor is just, I think I'm in the minorities, but
I'm sorry,
I'm fine to be
Gretchen,
there.
you're breaking up a little bit. Are you saying you prefer it to be one story instead of two?
Yeah, I think all the options are awkward, but I might be in the minority about this.
I don't disagree. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta say you're probably right. It
I
is a little
agree with you, Gretchen.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to help,
Mm-hmm.
but I think we're trying to go with what's less awkward.
It's a little difficult on this. I have to say, having just this little snippet here and not a whole kind of gestalt of the thing to see these options is very difficult to give really concrete guidance. It tends to focus just on the language of the bay and rather than what the overall massing and the resultant would be. So do you have one that compares these options? Is there one that compares these options and sees the rest of the house?
I'm sorry to interrupt. If you go to the next slide, 13. There it is.
Right. Yeah, and you do lose, to Gretchen's point, you do lose that last dormer around the corner. I don't know. I could live with scheme 9. I mean, but I think no third floor is better. So, in an effort to move things forward, why don't I make a motion that we approve further study to satisfy the staff's concern about the interior demolition, and that as one issue, and then as a second, more possibly controversial issue, is that we approve scheme 9 to come back on a consent calendar so we can see it one more time.
Yeah, not as a hand sketch, right?
Right.
A more resolved, detailed drawing.
I'll make
So
that motion.
I'll second that motion and ask for further discussion. Then all in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
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 Okay.
Sorry, I'm just joining.
Okay, so we have one abstention, which is Board Member Green, and all those opposed, one vote in opposition, but the motion carries with myself, Board Member Horsey, Board Member Beatty, Board Member Auerbach, and Board Member Bell voting in support. All right, So that is, and we're also asking for this to come back to the board as it is further studied.
And we have great respect for our board member that voted in opposition.
Yes, absolutely.
I would agree. I wish we knew she was going to do that.
Yeah, usually we're all in alignment, but occasionally this happens. All right, well, we've reached our lunch break, so why don't we, do you all want 30 minutes still? We're a little bit behind. We've made up a little bit of time. 20 minutes might help, but is 20 minutes okay? Okay, so we'll come back at 1:20, get about 24 minutes. All right, thanks. Good afternoon. It's now 1:20, and we're ready to resume our afternoon hearings for today. The next application that we have on our agenda is at 7050 Eastern Avenue Northwest. Is staff ready to make your presentation?
Yeah, sure. Happy to. This is Steve. This is, as you said, this is a concept application for new construction in the Tacoma Park Historic District. The current site is occupied by a 1966 apartment building that is, based on its date of construction and design characteristics, non-contributing to the historic district. The proposal calls for demolishing that building. I'm sorry, the site is also occupied by a pretty significant surface parking lot that wraps around the south and rear side of that building. The proposal calls for demolishing that building and replacing it with a 6-story new construction project that would provide up to 110 units of affordable housing. The project design, the applicants have worked with SHPO for a couple of months now on the design, and we think have come up with a very nice infill project that makes a lot of really good moves to not only improve upon the existing condition, but really relate it to the character of the historic district. As you see in the elevation here, the mass of the building and the height of the building would be broken down into components that would be clad in materials that are characteristic of the historic district, brick, shingle, and wood. It would have a garage entrance and loading entrance on the far left in the portion of the facade that is farthest set back from the street. And the idea is that there would be some sort of an art installation on that, which has not been developed. They're just showing sort of a general idea of an art installation on that. But the facade would be primarily dominated by the lobby entrance with a generous marquee entrance. The top floor, the 6th floor, is actually set back from the face of the building so that the facade would only rise to 5 stories. And again, you can see how the massing has been broken down into components. I'm just going to go to this image here to show you a little bit more of the context. As I said, it's obviously a non-contributing building currently, but it's also flanked by non-contributing buildings, a pair of 3-story apartment buildings to the left in this image, and a pair of 4-story apartment buildings to the right in this image. So it's not a particularly historically sensitive location within the Tacoma Park Historic District. The one resource that is of strong significance to the Historic District, however, is the Lucinda Cady House, which you see at the far end of this block up at Piney Branch Road. And as you can tell from this image, the Lucinda Cady House is pulled back from the street. It's a 1880s shingle-style mansion on a generous lot. And so that's sort of the primary historic preservation consideration here, given that the site is otherwise surrounded by non-contributing apartment buildings and the Tacoma Metro parking lot. The Tacoma Park, Maryland Historic District is on the other side of Eastern Avenue, but outside of the district's, the Washington, D.C.'s historic district. We think that the proposal has been developed with sensitivity both to the site and to the broader historic district, that the materials, the massing, the height are handled with sensitivity. It's obviously a sort of a drastic improvement over the existing condition of the building, which presents just a blank face of an unfenestrated blank wall to the street. But importantly, the new construction is also pulled back more generously from the street than the current building, which is only set back about 10 feet from the sidewalk. This project would be set back with setbacks between 25 and 35 feet from the street to allow a much more generous setting for the building, a landscaped front yard, that would provide a much more appropriate setting for the character of the historic district. And then finally, in the evaluation of this and its impact on the Katie House, given that increased setback from the street, as well as the intervening buildings, as well as the steep drop off in topography of almost 20 feet from the Katie House down to this site, it will make this project not in no way visible from when one is standing in front of the Katie House, much less obtrusive. So we think that this is a very nice project and compatible with the character of the Tacoma Park Historic District, and are recommending approval and delegation of final approval to staff.
Thank you, Steve. Is the applicant ready to present?
Yes, we are.
Great, you can start.
Great. Well, thank you. And I'd just like to thank Steve for teeing us up, and then also thank the board for having us here this afternoon. My name is Joe Wasky from Soto Architecture. I'm going to be kicking it over to one of my partners, Pedro Camargo, to go through the presentation. But Steve, you did a great job on the introduction. So Pedro, I'm going to allow you to take it away.
All right. Thank you, guys. Steve, made a lot of good points here. If you can go to the next slide. Yes, we just wanted to be really clear about our project location. And so we have our site, we're showing there. Right behind it, you can see the metro line. Just to the south of our location, you see also the metro station parking lot. Over to the sort of downtown area, it would be over towards the southeast there on Carroll Street, as you're familiar with. And then, of course, as you saw on the next slide, if you can go to the next slide, as we pointed out, the Lucinda Katie House there. So, but we'd be glad to come back to the slide if we have questions about that. Next slide. Okay, so we've taken a look at the neighborhood in general to make some notes about the related projects, so to speak, projects of similar scale that are already existing in the neighborhood. And really, we're taking notes on the massing strategies and the building language overall, the sort of details, how they treat the windows, how they treat, how you actually relate to the street, and those sorts of things. So we have some over at the top, we have our Tacoma Central, which is about a 5-story mixed-use residential building, which, we're doing some similar moves. I would say we kind of incorporated some Juliet balconies, this idea of combining windows vertically, aesthetically, as well to manipulate the sort of scale of the elements in the facade. Towards the bottom of the screen there, you have the two projects that are being built right now that we thought were also considerably related to this project as well. Next slide. So we also wanted to take note of the existing homes that are there. Of course, primarily the Lucinda Katie House being our most historic presence here in this area of the neighborhood. But we also, have taken notes of the materiality and colors that are sort of throughout the neighborhood. And generally speaking, these are, of course, single-family homes. We see actually a lot of different colors used throughout the neighborhood, and I'm including on the DC side and on the Maryland side as well, of course. But of course, lots of siding, some shingle siding, some shakes, and those sorts of things that we have been considering when we are selecting our materials as well. Next slide. We wanted to show a couple of views that are to try to demonstrate the existing conditions here of our streetscape on Eastern Avenue. So the bottom image B there is looking right at the existing building, which is to the left of the image. And you can notice a couple of things that are scream at you, so to speak. You have the blank facade that's really only set back at the most 10 feet from the property line, potentially a little bit less, but it's about 10 feet set back there. And the following two buildings, which are covered by trees from this view, have the similar presence on the street as well. They have blank facades there. Speaking of those buildings, as Steve mentioned, they are 3 to 4 stories. So if you look at that building right behind ours, you see that it'll be 3 stories on the front side of it, but the back of it that faces our building is a 4-story presence there. And of course, from the top, the top image, you'll see taken from the top of the hill in front of the Katie House, looking down. If you look closely, you will see the line of one of the 3-story multifamily buildings there, and then that basically covers the view downwards, and as well as the trees are doing a lot of the covering there as well. Next slide. Yeah, so as mentioned, that street has a pretty good slope. So we created this little diagram just to be very clear about the topography, the elevation change. So between the front of our site and, let's say, the top of the hill, which is the front of Katie House, that's roughly 20 feet of elevation difference. And the Katie House itself is also elevated a little bit farther. It's kind of over on the hill of its own within that property. Furthermore, we have some our existing setbacks along the street as well. So you can see how most of the buildings, or homes, I should say, are, they're going to be between 40 to 30 feet setback, while the existing multifamily buildings, they're set back only 10 feet. And you see how our proposed front setbacks are a little bit more playful, and they kind of almost serve as a transition of setbacks, so to speak, coming from the, as you can see there, the 38-foot setback to the 10-foot setback. But at minimum, we are setting back 25 feet from the property line. And at maximum, we're at 35. Next slide. Yeah, so we can see this a little bit further in this 3D diagram. So this is just kind of showing the existing densities that we have around our site. So of course, towards the middle, you see the orange massings. Those are sort of low to medium density residential, 3 stories to the south of us, 3 to 4 stories above, out to the north. Over to the left, we have this pink building that you can kind of see a little bit, and that's a future development by the EYA, which is set to be more of a medium to high density mixed use. But that it's not under construction yet, still in the design process. And then of course we have our single family density across the street and up the hill. Next slide. So furthermore, in 3D, you can see we want to really point out what's happening right in these front yard setbacks to give us an idea of what the massings actually are doing. So you can see that generally speaking, they're maintaining similar height, but our setbacks, as you can see, and I'm pointing out again that that's a blank facade and it's a 10-foot setback. Next slide. And you can see in 3D what some of what we've done to articulate our front elevation to respond to the existing roof lines as well. So we can see how we're breaking up the facade vertically and horizontally to help mitigate the experience of the size of the building. Next slide. This is another diagram similar to the plan that we looked at. Just we wanted to be clear that we understand not only the size of the building in relation to the others, but that the slope of the street actually is very helpful to how this is going to be experienced. Next slide. So to elaborate a little bit on the design concept of the elevation, we certainly have taken consideration of the street, of course, but we've also thought about the experience of the building all around the site. So essentially, we can think of it as responding in 3 different ways. Our front elevation, where you see the brick gray, there's sort of a smaller massing towards the front that responds to the single-family residential nature of the street. Then the body of the building is sort of broken up into 2 portions. You can see sort of a balcony line, a vertical balcony line that kind of helps to break up the building. And then you have the articulation of 2 smaller massings. You can see in the color of wood there that relates to the pink arrows. That's really responding to the medium density on either side. And then towards the back, you see the green arrows. That's really responding to the more, the condition towards the back is really more open parking lots and the metro station, which is elevated. So it's a slightly different response. Of course, the materiality and the language of the building would be carried throughout, but we've taken steps to help to break up the massing and respond to these different areas. Next slide. So furthermore, just briefly, some of the building features, our front yard would be nicely landscaped. We do have a driveway that leads into a garage. And the garage, that's where not just parking would happen, but loading and trash would happen in the garage level as well. Bike racks would be in the front. We have this concept for a roof deck on that 5th level towards the front, and as well as green roof and solar panels throughout our main roof. And then there should be some extra space in the back of our site to potentially have a more private landscaped backyard there. Next slide. Okay, so this is one of the views of a front elevation. So we can see how, it gives us a little bit more insight of how this thing is going to feel against the buildings next door. But you can, I think, clearly see that we've taken steps to articulate, by articulating the materials in certain ways and helping to, again, break down the massing and how this thing feels. And you can see how the top floor is visible from this view. But in reality, these views are taken pretty far back, actually, from the sidewalk. As you get, if you were actually standing on the sidewalk, you would not see the front of that top level in reality. Next slide. We've also, we have to have this garage door, of course, in our front. And we thought, we've gone through it. We've had some conversations about different ideas of how to treat that door. We really like the idea of having something a little more fun, perhaps having a mural at the garage door. We have some other features like our canopy, metal canopy with our building name and numbers to add a little bit more detail. You can see how we play with the proportions of our fenestration through the use of brick detail, similar to what the other buildings in the area are doing. And you can see how on the sort of top portion of the building we have a couple of different shades of wood. And again, we're articulating it in a way to break up the massing, as well as creating a fun layering effect between the materials. Next slide. This is a side view. It's more of a flying view, so to speak. Sort of the you can see we're about at the height of the metro station there. We just wanted to give an idea of the presence of how we're breaking up the massing, again through the articulation of materials and using the balconies to our advantage as well, to help create some highlights and again make this building feel more responsive to the surrounding. Next slide. And of course, we're pretty close to the station. As you know, we're about a 20 to 25 foot setback from the wall of the tracks there, and but we thought that this was a nice opportunity to also respond to that and include an element that takes some inspiration from the rail being right there, and we wanted to take that opportunity to add something fun to our project and create this conceptual, sort of rail inspired sign that right now we're showing as Tacoma. And it could be a nice element to invite people as they arrive or as they fly by in the metro. Next slide. Yeah, and this is an initial rendering of our concept for a roof deck, which would be, since we're pushing back the 6th floor of the building, we thought we'd take the opportunity to create a nice amenity for the residents. So this would be sort of a community room that spills out into this nice open patio. Next slide. Okay, yeah, so now we have some plans. We have floor plans. We have two-dimensional elevations in this presentation, and also a little bit specified materials towards the back. But in terms of design, this wraps up our presentation. But please feel free to ask all your questions. We're open to comments and suggestions, and I'll stop there. Thank you, guys.
Great. Thank you so much. Do board members have any questions for the architect or applicant?
Is there any zoning relief? It's not clear from your. I only asked that because whether there's any zoning relief needed, because it seems it's a big building. It's very nicely done, but I'm just curious as to whether any zoning relief is needed.
Yeah, I can respond to that. So we are going for a map amendment. Currently, the site is taking the back half towards the metro is under MU4, and the front portion towards Eastern Avenue is under RA1, and we are going for a map amendment to RA3, where we're basically combining the scales of both, but removing the element of allowing for a mixed use usage, so that, which is just not appropriate at this place in the neighborhood. So we are currently seeking a map amendment for this site.
And once you get that, you won't have any relief. You won't need any relief.
Correct. Yeah. So if we get RA3 as a map amendment, we will not need any further relief.
Got it. Thank you.
I have a question. Hi, Pedro. Are you building right up to the front property line? And looking at this drawing, which piece of the building facade is is it on the front property line, street property line?
Yeah, so that frontmost part of the building where the entry is and the canopy is, that's set back 25 feet from the property line.
Is that the required setback?
That would be more than the required setback.
More than the required setback. And okay, and the other side of the street is Maryland, right? Is
yeah.
Not, yeah, it's state of Maryland. Okay. All right. And what is the reason why the building does this sort of ziggurat on the front facade? This sort of,
right.
Why
Yeah,
does it do that?
So part of that, I would say one of the main reasons for that is to help to break up the massing, by sort of trying to emphasize this, essentially the portion with the brick, and make that, the sort of 3 to 4 story presence a little bit more prominent.
Okay.
Steve, if you go back a few slides to the 3D diagram showing the setbacks. Keep
This one
going.
here?
No, keep going. That's one right here.
Yeah, are there buildings in Tacoma Park that do things like that? I'll give you I'll give you what I think the answer is. I think it's an unusual sort of approach to the facade in that part of the world, to have all these layers stepping back and forth. Have you found any buildings there that do things like that?
I wouldn't say specifically like this. I mean, the building over, if you go, Steve, if you could go to this context slide. Let's see. Yeah, a little bit farther back. The ones with the photos of the context in the neighborhood. A couple more back. Yeah, that one. So I guess to answer your question, the closest thing in the neighborhood would probably be, you see that building, that image 3, where it kind of has similar proportion and
That's the
setbacks.
Gable, yeah, that's the Gables project.
Yeah.
I guess when I think of Tacoma Park, not necessarily about these apartment buildings, I think of buildings with nice porches and stuff like so. Number 4 sort of occurs to me as something that I would recognize as part of the genus loci of Tacoma Park. The other ones seem like they could be put any place, you know, they could be dropped down anywhere almost.
Right.
So I'll have more to say about that in a bit.
Okay.
Okay. Other questions? Any other questions at this time? We do have Ellen Kurlansky with Historic Tacoma registered to testify. Is Ellen Kurlansky on the line?
Yes, I am here.
Excellent. Are you ready to make your statement?
Certainly. Okay, so I'm pleased to testify on this proposed building at 7050 Eastern Avenue on behalf of Historic Tacoma, Inc. I'm also a near neighbor to the proposed building. I live on Cedar Street at the corner of Eastern Avenue in DC. I'm pleased to say that the proposed building is a welcome addition to the neighborhood. It's a genuine improvement over what's currently on the site. The proposed building, with its handsome facade facing Eastern Avenue, is a gracefully designed building, I find, and it will provide affordable housing, which we badly need in the district. Given the low-scale character of the historic district on both sides of Eastern Avenue, DC and Maryland, we would have preferred RA2 zoning and a height of 50 feet over the planned RA3 with a maximum height of 60 feet. But we recognize that the plan has features that mitigate the height of the building. The building would be set back further from the property line so that then is the existing building, and the facade is well articulated so that the higher floors are stepped back from the front of the building. The use of color also in natural shadings is attractive, and it further breaks down the apparent scale of the building. The well-articulated facade with the setback from the street is also respectful to the historic Lucinda Cady House. We agree with the staff that the proposed building is unlikely to be visible from the Cady House, but because of the great significance of this historic resource to Tacoma Park and to DC in general, we'd be most grateful if that could be confirmed and remedied if at all necessary. Finally, I want to say that we're delighted to see that the planned use of solar panels in the green roof. The roof is designed so that the panels are unlikely to be visible because they're toward the center of the roof with the green roof surrounding them. This is responsible architecture in the time of climate change, and it's done in a way that's respectful of this historic neighborhood. In sum, Historic Tacoma is pleased to support this project, and we look forward to it becoming a reality. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Any questions for this witness? Any questions from the board for this witness? Right. And we'll turn back to the applicant for anything else you'd like to add.
Yeah, thank you for that testimony. I will say that we can follow up with a graphic to confirm any concerns that this building will be visible from the Lucinda Cady House with the future graphic. I think that is all that we have. We really hope that this design will be accepted with comments, and that we look forward to helping build affordable housing for the Tacoma neighborhood, and possibly having a new kind of welcoming signage portion to those that are traveling via Metro on the Tacoma platform. We thank the board for its time, and thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. I do want to note for the record that we have the ANC's letter of support in the file, and also a letter from Jeremy Jones in the file. Okay, any final questions from the board before we deliberate? Okay. And cameras on. Would anyone like to start?
I can start.
Thanks, Matt.
Okay, I can start. I mean, I think the project is good. I think it could be great, and here's what I think. It's very well designed in many, many respects and very thoughtful. It gets a little bit back to the questions we were talking about this morning about Anacostia, which is, could a building that that we see be picked up and dropped in any other neighborhood, and what difference would it make? So I think part of the job here in terms of our responsibilities is to reinforce the character of these historic districts. And I think this building does a reasonably good job of that, but I think it could be better. So where I'm concerned about is, one of the things that does strike me that's part of the DNA of Tacoma Park are the houses with the porches, and some apartment buildings with porches. And I would hold forth that I think they should consider whether they could integrate something like that into the front facade of the building, number one. Number two, I find all the stepping to be confusing. I could see one step of all the gray in one plane and then the yellow in another plane. It just strikes me that it's like you're trying to build a three-dimensional massing of a sort of Pedro knows the cube project on the facade, rather than seeing it as a facade that has fewer actual plastic parts and more parts that are sort of planar. What do I mean by that? So the piece that I find problematic is the piece to the far left in the front plane. I understand the 2-bay entry. I don't think having it be 3 bays would be the end of the earth. And then having that be the plane, the reference plane of the facade, maybe it has a porch, maybe it doesn't, and then it steps back to the yellow. I find all this kind of in and out and diagonal stuff on the facade to be way too much going on for a small building. And I think it really needs to be simplified. I think that would help you guys. And I think you could consider whether or not a porch is part of that vocabulary. So I generally support the staff supporting it. I do think, though, that front facade needs to be worked on with the staff.
I agree with Matt, and good, Matt, you're sitting down when I said that. I agree with Matt. And maybe some of the money of simplifying the facade could go into putting some depth in the windows along that long facade, so it's not in plane. I think we had that knife view where just the facade just looks so flat, but if they could push the windows back and get a little more depth in that facade, that side facade, to give it a little more life too when they save the money on the front facade.
All right. Are there others that agree or not?
So-
You want to offer perspective, Outerbridge?
So my take on the front facade is, and we've looked at a couple of other big buildings this size in Tacoma Park as well as houses, but is that it's an and I don't know if you said this, but it's an attempt to address. I've never seen a building like this built across the street from single-family houses, and we haven't really gotten a sense of that view. We saw a few pictures. So my sense on this, on how they designed the step-back facade is and brought it down, the scale of it, is to relate more to the houses, the single-family houses that are across the street. So I kind of appreciate it. Maybe that can be done. I like Matt's idea of the porch aspect, and maybe those railings aren't very successful, and I don't really like the tie back for the canopy. It seems out of scale. But I think the way this facade is articulated and massing in 3 dimensions, I think for me it works fine in relation to the buildings across the street, which you really can't experience certainly from this view. But maybe you can accomplish the same thing with fewer plane changes and more voids for porches, such as Matt suggested.
Yeah, I would be curious to see some exploration in that direction. I see where Matt's going with the stepping, but I think in this case, I agree with you, Outerbridge, that some of it is necessary to negotiate the change in scale from what's happening across the street, but perhaps fewer steps and a more residential scale of porch or something that helps it connect to the historic district a little bit better would be stronger here.
It's a bit of a step too far.
No pun intended.
I understand the strategy. I think you guys are right. I think the strategy is a good one.
Mhm.
I think the actual execution of it is, it's a little bit
Too much.
of a good thing,
Mhm. Yeah, I could see that.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, can I
ahead.
just ask a question? I wanted, did you talk about your thoughts on like the materiality? Do you have thoughts about that at all?
Yeah, the materiality doesn't bother me, but you seem to be troubled by it. I'm curious to hear more.
Yeah, I'm just, to me, in my, sort of layman's view, it doesn't, I don't feel that it connects, to the historic character of the neighborhood, and I just can't figure out what it is about it that doesn't reconcile. There's just something about it that doesn't, to me, it just doesn't feel like it connects. And I don't know that it's the step back piece of it, I actually think helps, because then I think from a mass perspective, it would be like overbearing. But there's just something about the actual aesthetic of the building. I didn't know if anybody else had thoughts. It's not enough to not be in supportive of it. It's just, I didn't know if other folks had thoughts about it.
Yeah, it's an interesting question you're raising, because not only do they change planes, but they change color and
Yes.
brick, and they change materials and places. It's like you guys are trying to shove a lot of moves into a small area there.
Yeah.
And that I think could be unified and simplified. And I think
I agree with that. I agree with that.
it
Yeah,
just-
all those fenestration.
chocolate cake and chocolate pudding and sprinkling Hershey's Kisses on top. You got to take some of the stuff. Don't put everything in, all the tricks into the recipe.
I could see
I
that.
don't know how to say it like
Every
Hershey's
window
Kisses
bay is
and
different.
And the window bays are different and stuff. It needs a
Yeah.
little bit more of a drum beat. And there's not a lot of room to do it because it's the narrow end of the building. But there's some simplifying some of those things is going to help.
It feels busy. It feels busy.
Yeah, I think it's more the application of the materials and the detailing here than the materials themselves.
Okay.
To me,
Yes,
for
I
me.
would,
Yeah.
I would agree. I would agree with that, yeah.
Okay.
Right, so overall simplification is what the board is asking to see in the use of materials and in this, the stepping of the facade. Any other issues that the board would want to see them address?
One of the nice things about the stepping is it does tend to make the garage entry less prominent, which is nice. Because as you walk up the street, the forward projecting pieces of the building will occlude major views of the garage entry, which I think is a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. All right, so we're gonna ask that this come back to us with the modifications that the board has recommended. And refrain from taking a vote on this today. All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
We
thank
look
you
forward to
guys
seeing
for
this
the,
come back.
yeah, for the comments. We will work on simplifying the front facade and then also provide a view for the Lucinda Cady house to kind of prove that that is not visible from the top of the hill. And then we will reschedule. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, our next application is 4401 Q Street in the Foxhall Historic District. Concept application.
Good afternoon, HPRB. This is Ann Brockett. And I will just give a brief overview of the staff report. This is a project that proposes to add to the rear of a corner building in the Foxhall Village Historic District. The building is on the corner of a row built in 1929 by the Foxhall Real Estate Development Team, Boston Phelps, and it happens to be one of the larger and more architecturally embellished houses in the district. The owner would like to add a one-story addition at the rear, which is also read from the side fully. It would replace and also add on to an existing rear addition. These were put on in 1987 and would basically occupy the footprint of the original rear terrace. The terrace itself features a brick wall with pierced arches and decorative, it has corner piers with these decorative globes on top. And those are features that are replicated at the house on the other end of this row. The design of the addition would have largely glazed rear wall, multi-pane windows and doors, and the side would feature herringbone brick panels, which are reflective of the herringbone brick that is on the facade of the house, the 44th Street side of the house, at the front entrance. It also proposes putting herringbone brick behind the arches so that you continue to read the arches as recessed spaces, but they will no longer be pierced all the way through. And that was a response to one of staff's comments, and there were a couple of design iterations that responded to HPO. The addition size has been reduced in order to leave the globes and the corner piers, the wall, the side wall of the terrace, and the openings. So it's been shrunk to fit within those so that those are able to remain and be read as the original terrace features. It's a fully visible addition. I think that's easily recognizable. However, the HPO is comfortable with the design. It's sensitive to the neighborhood. It's compatibly scaled. And again, the architects have been responsive to staff comments. The one area where we think there could be a bit of additional focus is where the new addition roof intersects with the existing sloped and curved roof line of the house. We feel that the original slope and its trim work should remain, and it should be legible as the building's original roof line without being covered with new trim or with a gutter. And I think that's just a detail that can be worked out. Otherwise, overall, the design is compatible with the house and certainly with the broader historic district in its design, in its size, scale, massing, and materials, as well as the details. And we are recommending that the board approve the concept as compatible with the character of the historic district and consistent with the purpose of the act, and to delegate final approval to staff. And I would mention that there are a couple of letters that we have received in opposition. Those are part of the record, one of which was only received today, so I don't know that board members have had a chance to see it. I don't know. I believe the chair has been notified that we received the second letter. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Anne. We do have that letter. It's from Farouk Katami. And it should be in the box file if board members want to refer to that. It's a fairly short letter, and easy to read. Is the applicant ready to make your presentation?
Hi, this is Walter, Walter Bohr Architects. I really don't have much more to add to the presentation. I think Anne did a great job. I would want to point out a couple of things. The ceiling height in this space is low, a little over 7 feet in the addition. There's a little, I agree with Anne, we're sort of working through, we could push this eave back from the trim here to make it read. You know, I don't really have anything else to add, to be honest. It's a sort of smallish addition, 120 square feet.
Is fairly small. Were you proposing something larger at one point?
No, I mean very slightly. I think we were taking into consideration the ornamental globes. We were in front of them. At one point we had proposed to remove them, and staff recommended that we keep them, so we're behind the globes. So that was, you know, all of maybe a foot. So we pushed it back. It's that much smaller.
Okay. And did you meet with the ANC?
No.
Okay. I'm concerned because there are a few letters of opposition and we don't have anything from the ANC on this. That's an important part of the process.
Madam Chair, this is Anne, and if I may interrupt you.
Sure.
It's been general practice in Foxhall that the ANC defers to the Foxhall Citizens Community Association, which has preservation expertise. I did speak with the ANC commissioner, and he is the single member, and he is aware of the project, and would have taken it to the ANC if he had felt the need. I would suggest, that was the impression I got. So we don't usually require ANC participation in Foxhall Village, and I did not receive anything from FCCA regarding the case. So I don't know if they were reviewed it or not.
We did send it to the ANC. Paul Don Vito approved it on a phone call with Morgan Weber in our office.
Okay.
And I'll just add, Paul Don Vito is the preservation voice for FCCA.
Okay. All right. That's helpful.
I have a question. This is Aldo Bertorsi. So the little bay that's there with the little roof that climbs up on the main roof, is that a 1980s addition? Did you say, Anne?
Yeah, David Jones added that piece on in 1987.
Got it. So one thing about this that I noticed is that it's on a hill and that there's this circle in front of it. I don't know what it's called, so you see the top of this as you're coming down the circle, and it is a very prominent location, even though it is in the back of the house, but it's on a corner lot, so it's quite prominent. Did you look at so I think the roofing material is actually more important than it might be normally when you would not really see the roof, but I think you will see the roof. And you know, you've got all these different roofs there, the existing house, that are the same material. I wondered if you looked at maybe just putting a shallow hip on it that would allow you to use the same shingles that are used elsewhere. So it would just kind of blend in rather than possibly contrast in terms of the roofing material.
Yeah. The existing condition actually seemed really busy to us. The bay that was there seemed actually kind of an odd solution. So I was trying to quiet this down with, a copper roof. So it was less visible. If I felt that if we pitched it, you'd see more of it.
Right. But they're all different. I mean, one thing about this house is that it's got a million different roof planes, and I don't disagree with you. The bay window that's there is busy, but the reason it's busy is because it's got so many facets on it, and each facet has its own little roof slope. So I think that's what makes it busy, not the fact that it's there in some way.
I guess the other thing was the side elevation that you see, the south elevation, by sloping it sort of junks up the corner condition there, I think, where there's a kind of a clear delineation between the roof sweep that's there and this flat piece that we're adding on. I thought adding another angle kind of made a complication to the corner.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right, then with that, we would be ready to deliberate if the board is ready. Okay. Hopefully you've seen both letters of opposition. Including the second one that was added, I find this to be very minimal. And I appreciate that they included the globes on the rear, as, maintained them. I agree with the architect. I thought that the existing bay is busy and this somewhat quiets the backside of the house. So I'm in support of this
Yeah,
minimal addition.
I would move that we support the staff report and delegate any further.
Perfect.
to the
I'll
staff.
second that.
All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our last case is at 2012 P Street Northwest in DuPont Circle.
And that is Anne again. This is a 1907 building built individually, not part of an overall row. It was built for small real estate investor, Anna Krickstein, as a store with the residence above. I include that information because I always like to see women investors back in 1907. The proposal is to build on top of the existing one-story rear wing, which incorporates the former garage. And the addition would go up 2 stories above this wing and then extend over onto the roof of the main block of the building. It would be clad in brick on the front and the sides, and except on the east side of the rear, where it sits on the 1-story L, where it's proposed to be stucco. The front of the addition would feature 2 windows and a small door that accesses a roof ladder going up to the addition's roof, where there would be HVAC equipment. And a final note on the proposal is that the exterior demolition is limited to aspects of the rear wall, but it does propose eliminating all of the interior framing. We have applied the board's general rule here that additions above historic buildings should not be visible. And although the addition is pushed back 30 feet from the front, it will be visible from across the street and from viewpoints to the east along P Street. This is made, possible because of the low height of the adjacent building, the long sight lines that are provided along P Street here. So what the addition will look like, I think how it will be read is a large rooftop box. If it were to be set back and the height lowered by retaining the existing interior framing, the visibility could be significantly reduced or eliminated. And even if they don't render the addition invisible, they may decrease the visibility enough to consider it compatible, given the context of its location and the fact that it is an individually constructed building, not part of an impact or unified row. Although the staff really takes no issue with the design of the rear, it's unornamented, it's stucco walls, brick walls. It wouldn't. It would behoove the addition to put the brick where it will be seen rather than between this building and the next door building down in the dog legs. Perhaps switch the stucco that is visible for the brick. I just think it would be nicer for the neighbors to look at, but not necessarily a preservation concern. But we are recommending that that the architect reconsider the visibility. And as the design progresses, we request that the plan and the elevations and any perspectives include the rooftop equipment to scale, because it's not clear how much that would add to any visibility. So we are recommending that the board approve the addition contingent on its visibility from P Street being eliminated or significantly reduced, and that final approval be delegated to staff.
Okay. Thank you, Anne. Your staff report didn't make it into the box file.
Oh, okay.
So we could work with Juliana to get that in there.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, thanks. Is the applicant ready to present?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Good afternoon. So my name is Javier Arancibiak. I am the architect, and I am representing the owners of 1 West Two Ponds Circle Wines and Liquors. So they've started this business back in 2008 and have become a pillar of the community. They serve a wide range of different products, alcohol and other beverages. And what they have found over the years, because of the demand, they have run out of storage. And so this addition, both the second story going towards the rear and the third story, would be solely for storage. And that would give them the opportunity to actually enlarge their retail sales area. Other than that, everything that Anne said was pretty much in line with our thinking. I think we will take a look at how we can lower the roof line. It's going to be a bit of a challenge, even though we are removing the framing of the second story roof. We are not necessarily proposing on increasing the height of that. What I'm going to try and look at is to see if there's a way that we can lower that existing roof to allow us to lower the upper addition. So I think that we can work with staff and Anne to try and accommodate that.
Okay, that's great to hear.
Other than that, that's all I have.
Okay, all right. Any questions from board members? We do have Rick
I have one
Bush.
question.
Go ahead, Matt.
I understand they have a very good selection of single malt scotches in the store. Will they be expanding that? I certainly hope so.
I would hope so too.
So I've got a
What I
question
can
too.
what I can tell you is that on the second floor where they have a lot of storage, they have a lot of bottles they don't have on display, and so the hope is to move a lot of that product down.
So did they own the building when those awnings were put on the front second floor windows?
I cannot answer that question, but I believe that those awnings were added after. But
Do you think they
I'm
got
not
a
sure.
permit? Do you think they got a permit for those? I don't think they really, I think it would be much better if they weren't there. Maybe you can have some nice signage that will announce, you know, the store and the single malt selection in an appropriate place down at the level of the Subway sign next door or something, and get those awnings out of there. I think it would
Yeah.
be much more handsome.
Agree. Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'll definitely bring that up with the owners.
Great.
Right. Is Rick Bush on the line and ready to make your testimony? Do we have Rick Bush?
Chair Heath, this is Juliana speaking. I don't see Rick on the line, and I did also want to let you know that the staff report is in the box folder.
Perfect. Thank you, Juliana. Great. So, Rick Bush is with DuPont Circle Conservancy, and he had registered to speak, but since we don't have him, he will continue. If there aren't any other questions, I would propose that we support the staff report.
What do you think, Chair, just a quick question. What do you think about asking for a lumber test or something to represent the massing or?
Sure, I mean, I sort of assumed that would be a part of ensuring that it's not visible, but we can be more specific. And also add Outer Bridge's comment about the awnings. Removal of the awnings and simpler signage. All right, so that's a motion to support the staff report with the additional comments of the lumber test and the removal of the existing awnings.
I'll second.
Great. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Great, the motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Afternoon.
We've reached the conclusion of our day a little early, miraculously. Great work, everyone. See you
Thank
next
you.
week. Thank you.
Thanks, Monique. Yep, bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.